God know his memory is reliable without begging the question?
How does God know that his beliefs are reliable without begging the question?
His memory.
How does he? Oh, well, it depends on what you're thinking of when you have God in mind. If you're talking about, God and his transcendence, like God as he exists, whether or not the world exists, then I don't think that God thinks inferentially. Like he doesn't move from proposition. I don't think that God thinks inferentially. Like he doesn't move
inferentially. You said
proposition.
You said God doesn't make inferences?
Not if we're talking about him in his essence. No.
What? Can somebody else tell me what he said?
He said that God in his essence doesn't make inferences. It doesn't. His thoughts don't move.
How does he justify his belief? Wait,
I don't understand.
I don't understand. What? How does he justify his belief?
I don't get it either. I don't get it.
Well, you don't think he justifies his beliefs, right?
Wait, how can God be, if knowledge is justified true belief and God knows everything, then how can he not have justification? He would have to by definition. This is just gibberish.
No, he doesn't have like performative justification, but he has justification in virtue of him being God.
Why don't we let Jimmy talk?
That's begging the question.
Jimmy, can I ask you a question real quick?
Go ahead. Yeah.
When you say that you're a presuppositionalist, what is it that you're presupposing?
Oh, that's right. That's a good question. So I think that's partly why the term is so bad, is because to answer that question directly, I think the presuppositionalist comes to the table with respect for the authority of the Christian scriptures. He's trying to do evangelism and philosophy in a way that's consistent with Reformed theology. Reformed is in the Reformation, Calvin, those people. But I think the reason that it became called presuppositionalism is because the idea is that everyone has a worldview, or everyone has beliefs that are kind of fundamental. They guide their lives. They are very important in terms of how they think about what's true fundamentally about the world. You think of metaphysical theories or epistemological theories. These are the kind of beliefs that the word has in mind. So everybody comes to the table with these worldviews, and presuppositional is kind of aimed at critiquing those beliefs. But I don't really think that that's what made Van Til's view so genius. I think the golden nugget of Van Til's findings is that he was a revelational epistemologist. He came at epistemology from a standpoint of taking what the Dutch reformers said about theology and then taking what Hegel and other transcendental idealists said about knowledge and kind of putting the two together into a system of epistemology. I think that's what makes him worth consideration.
Well, I mean, when people talk about presuppositionalism, usually they're trying to convey that they presuppose God. In other words, it's like a starting point in which they don't justify, but they go from. Is that accurate?
I think it depends on what you mean by justify. Like, I would agree with you if you mean they're not trying to prove the existence of God from a standpoint of not already taking into consideration that he exists, or not believing that he exists, however you want to put that, not assuming that he exists. Sure, and in that sense, they don't justify the belief.
Right, meaning that they start with an axiom, I guess, that God exists, right? And is that right?
I would not say it's necessarily wrong, but I think the problem with axiom is that we tend to think of axioms, the way that I've experienced them to be popularly used by foundationalists, is that they're just taken for granted. They're not necessarily, I mean, some foundationalists think they're self-evident or something like that.
That's one aspect, but I think the important part is that these axioms are not going to be justified, right?
I mean, I think that's why I would take difficulty with them. And there are some foundationalists who think that, you know, whatever their axiom is, whatever that happens to be, is self-evident, and so to that extent they would consider it justified. But that seems like a less popular view. It seems like most foundationalists are softer foundationalists.
Well, here's the problem that I see is that when people say they presuppose God, and they say I'm a presuppositionalist, then they then appeal to natural special revelation experience from God to justify it. They don't presuppose God. They have justification for it.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I mean, I think neither Van Til nor his followers have taught that you simply assume the truth of Christianity, or you simply assume that a God exists and try to reason from there. I know there are foundationalist theories of knowledge that are like that, but
Well, that wouldn't really be justification, Tom. That would be
Oh
epistemic
my
warrant.
God.
That'd be epistemic warrant.
Oh, what's the difference?
So epistemic warrant, the whole notion is that you have some reason to believe something rather than you have a like a logical A implies B kind of reasoning.
That would still be a justification internally for their belief.
Okay, yeah. If you're taking the internalist view, that's true, yeah.
I think that's that's the distinction you're trying to make, though, Ace, right? Is that
Yeah, that
for,
it's in if you're not an internalist, then yeah, you would make that distinction. But if you are an internalist, then yeah, that collapses.
well,
And
I
I
think
think most
Van Til
presuppers,
is. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I think most presuppers are externalists.
That's correct, right?
Right.
They are?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, like the all foundation of knowledge comes from God. I mean, that's a super externalist view.
But their knowledge of that just comes from personal revelation, which seems to me pretty internalist.
Right. But that's why they make the distinction between justification and epistemic warrant.
Well, I don't think that. I don't think that like Reformed epistemologists are necessarily externalists.
Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily externalists, but many of them are.
I don't understand that view because, like, presumably God would have some sort of warrant for his belief that's not countenanced in virtue of some. I mean, like, it's not countenanced by inference or something, right? So I don't understand why that couldn't just be the case. Whatever allows God to have, you know, whatever you think that the necessary prerequisite is on an externalist view. I don't understand why other agents couldn't have that.
I think that would derive from a misunderstanding about the difference between the nature of God and the nature of human creatures. So I mean,
Also, hi Jimmy, long time.
what's up, dude? It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too.
Glad you're still around. Yeah, I think objections like that just end up neglecting really the basics of Christian theology, because if you're looking at a Christian theology,
it's irrelevant to me whether or not it rejects Christian theology. That's all immaterial to me. I'm just saying philosophically, whatever is required, like say properly, like reliable, like say reliabilism is true. Well, reliabilism could be true and atheism could be true, right? Reliabilism is an externalist thesis. They deny the KK principle, so you might, I mean, like reliabilism could be true and atheism could be true, and that could be why you have knowledge. Whatever.
yeah, but the problem with that kind of argumentation is that you would just be misrepresenting what Reformed epistemologists say, like Planting are actually saying about what preconditions of knowledge are. Because I mean, for a view that is trying to be a Christian epistemology, you're not going to say. I think Planting is inconsistent with this respect, and so is Wolters. But you're not going to say that there is some kind of precondition of knowledge floating around in reality that God and man are subject to, but rather you're going to say that God pre-exists the universe and then he creates it. And so what is true about how humans have to think about the world and what counts as knowledge for us is determined by God. And since he pre-exists that, of course, obviously, it should be obvious, the way that he knows about things is going to be different.
I don't understand the argument you're making.
The argument is that by neglecting the difference that Reformed theology teaches about the nature of man and the nature of God, to make an argument that you can, or to make the kind of objection that whatever standard of knowledge you set for agents, it seems like God acts as the special pleading you need for God to get out of that seems to allow all agents to ignore the standard that you set up. Well, that argument is just a straw man. It just neglects the fact that Reformed theology has taught for centuries there's a difference between how God knows things and how man knows things. And so obviously we wouldn't use the same criterion for knowledge with respect to man as we would with God.
I don't see how the properties that you're citing are just incidental. Just like it seems like the only reason you're making that objection is because it's inconvenient.
Well, I mean, I haven't even cited any properties yet. I'm just saying, you said that you don't think the theology is relevant, and that's really just to say that I'm going to critique view X, but I'm going to critique view X regardless of what X actually states. And that's a good way to set up a straw man.
No, I was asking a question, right? Like, why is it? So you gave a bunch of properties that God has, like he's the creator and all this nonsense. And I was just trying to say that I don't understand why it's relevant because whatever countenances God's ability to have justification or warrant or whatever is not ultimately dependent on God. And in fact, that notion makes no sense because that would mean that would lead to some sort of causa sui view of knowledge or dependence or whatever. I don't know what type of it's not some sort of logical dependence, right? So it can't depend on God whatsoever. So whatever is the reason that makes God know things, that could just be the reason that ordinary people know things. And you're saying a bunch of things that you think that, oh, that's not true because God created the universe and other humans are dependent on that, blah, 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 blah. But that all of those responses just beg the question against my view. So I don't understand how they're relevant. That's why I'm saying that.
I'm not sure I understand the objection. So the objection I thought was if you say that God knows in a different way than man.
Let's just go with Plantinga, right? Like, so Plantinga is the type of externalist that wants to say that the reason that humans know things is because humans were made in accordance with a design plan to know things, right? Well, God obviously wasn't made in accordance with a design plan, so that can't explain how God knows things, right? So there's got to be some explanation for how God has warrant. Now, whatever that explanation is for how God has warrant, I'm asking the question, why couldn't that thing just be the case for humans instead of the design plan? That thing that gives God, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that just seems like the answer is obvious. I mean, God creates the universe. His thoughts are the things that define the very concept of the universe.
That just begs the question. I just don't understand that, why you're saying that.
I'm not sure how it begs the question. You're making a critique against Plantinga's view. Plantinga's view involves that God determines how knowledge works in this world, which presupposes that there is this God who is self-conscious and knows the world in virtue of his determination.
It's not an internal critique. I'm not saying that Plantinga's view is incoherent. I'm saying that there's something that in virtue of which God has knowledge, right? It's not in virtue of nothing. God doesn't know things just because. He knows things presumably because they're true or they correspond to reality or whatever theory of truth or justification you want to have It's completely immaterial, right? Assume whatever theory of warrant or whatever you want. I have no qualms about that, right? But it's going to be in virtue of the truth of that theory that explains why God has knowledge at all whatsoever, right? Because either, like, let's say coherence theory is true, and then you need some sort of externalist view about justification. So I'm talking about coherence theory about truth, for just to be clear. So, but you need some sort of externalist notion of justification. So, like reliabilism and coherentism or something about like that, right? Well, I don't understand why couldn't that just be the case? So, whatever it is, God has a coherent worldview. So that's what means. That's what makes his beliefs true. Is that all of them are ultimately coherent, right? And the way he knows them is that God has reliable cognitive faculties. Okay, so that's what gives God knowledge. That's the thing, right? And so I'm asking the question, why couldn't it just be the case that people are like that? Because I mean, obviously, if you are an externalist, then you reject the KK principle, then you don't need to say, well, I need an inference to countenance how I can know things. I could just have reliably working cognitive faculties or whatever the criterion is that gives God knowledge.
Yeah, so I mean, I may be misunderstanding your objection, but it just sounds like you're saying whatever it is that accounts for knowledge, presupposing again that there is a singular criteria of knowledge to which God and man are subject, which assumes the falsity of planting his position rather than demonstrating it, then whatever that theory is, it would account for man's knowledge without God. Well, of course, I mean, that's very trivial. Like the whole point of planting his enterprise is to say there is a unique being who knows the world uniquely, and because of his design, we can account for knowledge in a way that avoids problems of unbelieving systems of thought.
You still there, Josh?
Yeah, but I'm arriving at this
We're
place.
going to the zoo in the rain.
Yeah, we're doing that.
Jesus.
She
Oh,
sucked
come
my
on,
dick.
man.
She sucked my dick so I could take her here. So I'm gonna do that now.
It's like this is just up to me now, so I don't actually feel like it though. I've already talked to Jimmy Stevens before, and
Yeah, don't do it.
I mean, I don't have a problem talking to Jimmy. It's just that I think someone else might want to do it, you know, who hasn't had the opportunity.
All right. Well, I mean, I have another question. It's a little unrelated, Jimmy. You don't have to answer this question because it might be personal or you might be unwilling to talk about it, but I think it's good that Christians do talk about these types of things. But how do you reckon? I've heard that you might have an unorthodox sexuality. Is that true? And if so, how do you reconcile that with your Christianity?
I don't think that is. I would say I would say that I probably have how do I put this? I'd probably say that I have a very strong evangelical view of sexuality. So I don't think that for example, that it's a good idea to categorize various sexual deviancies, like homosexuality, for example, as worse or something to be downcried more than just general fornication, or I think even worse, adultery. Maybe that's what somebody's calling unorthodox. I'm not really sure, to be honest, but I guess in my view, there are really only two kinds of sexuality. There's sexuality done to the glory of God, and then there's sexuality that's not, and that's really all it's about.
Mm-hmm. And what would are you bisexual or homosexual?
Not in terms of my practices. No, I would say that I don't define myself in terms of my sexuality. Like, I seek to express heterosexual within the bounds of marriage, but I wouldn't call myself a heterosexual. I wouldn't call myself a homosexual if I practice homosexuality. Like, I have all kinds of desires, but
How
it
does
comes
that
down.
okay, so even if you grant all of that, Jimmy, how does that refute the precept method? I don't this just does not seem relevant at all.
I'm not trying to do that, Dutch David.
I mean, it's not relevant to presuppositionalism, but yeah, I guess just as a Christian, I think it really just comes down to if you're a Christian, you'll do what Jesus says about sexuality. I think it's a modern. I mean, I don't think it's modern in the sense that this has never happened before, but I think the way in which our culture tries to identify ourselves in terms of our sexuality is a really bad idea. Like, I don't consider anyone really a homosexual. I think that's. I mean, it would be like saying my identity is I'm a dishwasher or something like that. Like, that's just absurd.
Well, I mean, people identify with many things, lots of things. It's not like there's some sort of, hard and fast rule about what you can identify with it. It just, I mean, Ron Helton identifies as, a game designer because he fiddled around with some sort of mods on a video game for an hour. It just means that it's something that you personally find very important and like a core aspect of yourself. Now, if that's part of yourself that exists, but you don't want to outwardly represent it, or you don't want to acknowledge it as an important part of yourself, but a part of yourself nonetheless, it just doesn't matter if you call it an identity or what. But
Well, yeah, so I think that actually does relate to. I think that does relate to evangelism, because I think part of the gospel is that it's an identity issue. It's about how you see who you are in this story of the universe. And so when Jesus comes along and he says that he's God, and he says that he's come to save his people and pay for their sins on the cross, there are really only two kinds of people who relate to that, right? When they hear that news, they either identify with Jesus and say, hey, sign me up. I have faith in you. You're my king, right? There are people whose identity is in their citizenship in Christ's kingdom. And then there's people who reject that and say, nope, that's not for me. I'm not a believer, right? And that, to me, is, you talk about sexuality, or you talk about ethics of going to church, or how you spend your money, economics. You can talk about all these other things, but really it comes down, I would say, to your identity before Christ. Who do you say Jesus is? Because that's going to define your eternal destiny.
Well, your identity before Christ, would that be based on works? I mean, let's say, like you were saying, that you are not a homosexual through acts. But, I mean, I don't know, most of us wouldn't. I mean, look, somebody can be a virgin and be heterosexual, right? We wouldn't, at least none of us here, I don't think, would define one's sexual orientation by what acts they've committed solely. It's basically what they're attracted to, and that can be without any acts committed. But
Sure, but
thing is that you can like murder as much as you want as long as you identify as someone who doesn't murder.
well, I mean, I'm not sure if Jovon's. I don't know if that's a comical comment, but I was going to make the reverse point that people have all kinds of desires, and a lot of them we're not very proud of. I mean, some people do have thoughts of in anger and say, "Oh man, I really want to kill that person. I really want to punch them in the face." Or there's sinful thoughts about wanting to take back gifts that you've given to other people. There's all kinds of things that we desire, but I think it is not inconsequential that in our culture, it's really only sexual desires that people have tried to take up identity statements about, namely like, oh, I'm homosexual, or I'm queer, or I'm this, or I'm that. And I think it's religious in nature. Like, we're religious creatures. We seek to have an identity in the world, to have a place in the universe. And that's the story that some people choose. But unfortunately, that's a tragically low view of yourself and others, to say, I'm going to sum up my personhood in a sexual preference.
Why is that sad and low?
Well, the thing is, most people don't just identify themselves through sexual, or even the community. It's mostly like it's all kinds of things: religion, politics, your sexuality. They identify with mass amount of things. So
I agree with you.
So you said that it was like the big thing with the sexuality, or that's the thing that people identify with.
Well, it is, and I'm not saying I'm not saying there aren't people who maybe identify, for example, as a conservative or something, and they spend all day listening to political commentators, and you can identify as whatever you want. But I'm saying in our culture right now, it's a zeitgeist for people to say, I'm homosexual, or I'm LGBT, whatever that is. And I'm saying just like you pointed out, like with religion or even sports, people turn these things into a religious identity. They turn these things into, this is what my life amounts to. This is my personhood. I find my worth in this reality. And the reason, to answer the other question that was asked, the reason that's really sad and low is that for one thing, your sexuality is a very small part of your life. Your desires that are not necessarily even realized are a much smaller part of your life. But more importantly, sexuality has no ability to give you worth. Like, there are all kinds of animals all over the planet that are doing.
Everything right now is just subjective, right? Like, the value you give, like, somebody's sexuality could be the most important thing in their life. Could be the biggest aspect of it.
We can't understand anything
We
you're
can't
saying.
understand you, Jovon.
But I know what Jovon's trying to say. I mean, look, let's take some Instagram model, right? Are you telling me that her sexuality is like meaningless in her life? Like it's just a small portion of her life?
I would say in one sense, yes, in another sense, no. In the sense that there are too many Instagrammers who Instagram for the sake of sharing their sex life. And that's not just a part of their life, but that's in terms of the way they view themselves, but rather that's what they're going to feel content. That's what they're going to think, I'm a worthwhile person, this is who I am, etc., etc. Right? That to me is very tragic. On the other hand, then you can also think about sexuality as I put it before. Like, there's sexuality that's dedicated to God, and then there's sexuality that's done indifferent to God. Right? It doesn't matter whether Jesus wants me to do it this way or that way. I don't care about what Jesus thinks. I'm going to do it this way. Right? And in that sense, I think sexuality is very important. But really, that's kind of everyone is sexual in some sense. Even an asexual person has a sexuality. But the question comes down to, again, Jesus, like in your economics, in your driving to work, in the foods that you choose to eat, in your sexuality, no matter what you're doing, your entire life comes down to, there's this man who died on the cross for your sins. He's the only peace that you can have before God. He offers you eternal life. What do you say about that? Because how you answer that question is going to determine your sexuality, your car choices, your money choices, what food you decide to eat. It determines everything. That's the most fundamental question in life.
That does not determine your sexuality. That's insane. Do you think the answer to that question determines your sexuality?
Of course, yeah.
It may determine.
But you
change me from being gay, straight?
Look,
It
I
may,
think what Jimmy, I
it
think what
may,
Jimmy is trying to say, because I used to be a Christian, right? And I understand what he's talking about. So like, look, he's saying that he might have a sexual desire, right, to like, be bisexual, right? But according for him to be a Christian, right, the Bible says that he who practices sin, right, is sinful or whatever. I forgot how the complete scripture
But look,
says.
he's just talking about
Yeah,
sexuality in a different sense, but
right,
that's
but
not the sense that we're talking
I
about.
don't think he's denying, right, that he has. I don't know what his particular sexuality is, but let's just say he's homosexual, right? I don't think he's denying that he has homosexual tendencies. I'm just saying that he knows that in order for him to be a Christian, that under God's view, heterosexual sex is what he must practice in order to be a
It's
Christian.
irrelevant, Yuri. That's just
Yeah.
equivocal.
Oh,
I
Point
think what,
is, the person has X sexual desires, right? Now they believe in Jesus, they're still going to have X sexual desires. They're just going to do hetero stuff or Jesus approved stuff. Doesn't mean that their sexuality has changed.
Exactly.
Well, so I think that can be true. There are certainly people who struggle all their life with various desires. I mean, you think about people who, I think of like David Wood is a really good example, like sort of a counterexample to this, that at one point in his life, this was a man who struggled with psychopathic tendencies, tried to kill his dad, and he's completely turned his life around. Now he's does mostly apologetics against Islam, but he's done some videos elsewhere. But overall, you see what I'm saying? Like, the fact that you become a Christian doesn't necessitate that your sexual desires will change or that your desires to murder people will change. You may still have those desires, but in principle, yeah, it does. One of the things that Christianity teaches is that the Spirit of God indwells you and liberates you from sinful proclivities. So you are given empowerment over any kind of these desires. And that, again, you're right, it doesn't necessitate that you won't have those desires just because you're a Christian. But it does, in principle, lead you to believe, hey, there is a possibility that I can overcome these things and they will not be desires that stick around anymore.
Right.
Well, I believe there's a passage in the Bible that says something like, God, you'll probably know it. God will never ask of you something that like you cannot like resist or something like that. Do you remember that?
that exists nowhere in the Bible.
Yeah, I'm afraid
it
that's
does.
It does.
Uh-oh, Kathleen, can you repeat that claim?
That exists nowhere in the Bible. The phrase "God will never give you more than you can carry" exists nowhere in the Bible.
Which one?
That God will never give you more than you can carry. That God will never put more on your shoulders than you can deal with. That's a colloquial saying. It's not found in the Bible. It's an inference, not a verse.
right, but there is a verse. But there is a verse that, like, if you show to God that you're trying to reach the mark, right? He says he will lower the mark. I do know that's in the Bible.
I'm pretty sure I've looked this up before.
Let's look at let's look at an explicit verse. Like you may be talking about. I don't really think you are, but it's possible you're thinking of like Corinthians. I'm looking it up because I remember there's a passage here. And so 10:13 ESV reads, "No temptation."
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 10:13. That's the one.
Okay, it says, "No temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. God is faithful, and he will not let you be tempted beyond your ability. But with the temptation, he will also provide the way of escape, that you may be able to endure it."
Right.
Yeah. So that says exactly what Tom said, essentially.
Kathleen, do you concede?
Yeah, come on, Kathleen.
Do you concede?
No, I don't concede at all.
Well, that
Lads.
says in essence exactly what Tom said.
Well, there's possibly a misunderstanding here, because I thought, so, I mean, Tom, please speak, interrupt me, please, if I'm getting this wrong.
No,
But
I would never do that. Go ahead.
Well, I thought you were saying that if there's something that a Christian is struggling with, then God is comfortable lowering the ethical bar so that the Christian can reach it, basically. But
No, I think that's what Yuri was saying.
oh,
But
okay.
I was just saying that, like, yeah, so if you're struggling with something, it's not something that you just can't physically not do. Like, if you just can't stop yourself looking at women's asses as you're walking down the street, it's not like, dude, like, this, I can't not do this. It's always something that you can not do. He will always let you. He will never ask of something that you can't actually do, and he will provide some sort of way for you to resist.
Just to
Just on a side note, Jimmy Stevens, Ellie, just had a League of Legends game where she went 1, 2, and 30. 30 assists. What do you think about that?
Damn, that's pretty
Can you
good.
just
for a
congratulate her really quick?
That's a true support, man.
Yeah, man.
No, that was excellent.
Feels good, man.
Not only are you a 12,
yeah, I'm
but
sorry,
you're
I'm
12 when it comes to League of Legends.
I don't believe in assisting as a support. I just believe in stealing all the. No, I'm just...
To just comment on why I will not.
Here we go.
The phrase "God will never give you more than you can handle" does come from the Corinthians verse, and temptation. And there's this inference that God is that we take to be about fairness. But this is an error in inference, right? Because first of all, we can just point to Job and Job's ordeal. God has already been
wrong. That doesn't say that.
God has already been unfair to us in the fact that he has not dealt with us in accordance with what we deserve. So the idea that God will never
that it didn't say that,
no,
right?
no, it does not say that.
You just admitted
It
that
does.
it said that.
It does not in any way, shape, or form say what you think it says.
Just admitted that it did.
Okay, you're
I mean,
you said the Bible verse didn't exist.
No, I said I said there is no verse in the Bible that says God will never give you more than you can handle.
You're wrong.
That verse does not exist anywhere in the Bible.
There
is no
it depends
in
on
the Bible, in any version of the Bible, Masoretic, Septuagint, Ethiopian.
How about the
Protestant.
version we just read? How about that
it's
one?
a reasonable. I think it's a reasonable response because when I still don't even know which way we're taking this, but there's two ways you could take that saying, right? In one version, what you're saying is that God will never make it so difficult that you don't fail. Well, that's just not what Corinthians is saying. What Corinthians is saying is that what God has commanded, His Spirit provides for you so that when you fail, it's your fault. You had a way out and you didn't use it. But
right, that's the way I interpreted it.
Yeah, that's fine. But I think that's just what Kat's trying to say is that there are many places like with Job. David falls into temptation. Samson is an example of a terrible person. There are all these examples throughout the Bible of people coming under temptation and failing horribly. And this verse is not saying this wasn't too hard for you in the sense that you will fail. It's just saying it wasn't too hard for you in the sense that you were forced to do this or you were coerced to do this. There was no way out for you if you would just, it's what it's saying is that the Spirit provides you the ability to obey God. And so whenever you do fail, it's not because God hasn't provided you the means.
Well, I think I'm going to take a different view of it, Jimmy, because I think what the verse is generally pointing to is that we, in fact, do fail, that our trials and tribulations and sufferings are too much, right? That we do not possess the capacity to handle these things, and that it is always too much, and that the only recourse we have is to put our trust into God, who is the only person who has the strength to deal with these things. So when we say God will never put things in our path that we can't overcome, that's not true. Almost everything in our path we cannot overcome. It is only through God that we can overcome. Would you stop?
Whoa. Chill the fuck out, Kathleen. Jesus Christ.
I hope that wasn't at your child.
Heard something in the background.
Oh my gosh, if that was at your child, that's terrible.
Less theology, more precept.
You got to the count of 3.
Oh my gosh, it was at her child.
Yeah, it was.
Holy
That's
crap.
actually speaks to a
One.
cat. That was a cat.
Tragic. Yeah, man, that was a good game. Good game.
Hell yeah.
Do you guys want to discuss your differences about the scripture?
I'll discuss anything. I loved you. I missed
Good to see you alive and kicking too.
So, you sounded a little heated there, Catholic.
you. Yeah, well, my son was punching me in the...
Don't spare the rod.
Yeah, I already got in trouble
Ooh.
for doing that, so we're not going to do that anymore.
What did she say?
Wait, you got in trouble for hitting your kid, so you don't do that anymore?
The good ass whooping.
I think I like someone else's
You're
fight.
joking. Oh, right.
Yeah, just
Awkward.
Awkward, yeah.
my God.
Jimmy, did you by chance talk to Vela at all after the earthquakes?
Well, you didn't get in trouble for simply hitting the kid.
Nah, guys, come on, man. It's like that.
We don't know the full story, Jovon.
Oh my God, I made a joke. Move on. Jimmy, did you hear from Vela at all after the earthquakes?
Yeah, he's good. He's alive and kicking.
Is he on Discord at all anymore? Because I haven't spoke to him in a while. The last message I got from him is like, "Hey, buddy, I was thinking about you, sending you prayers," and I responded and never heard back from him.
Yeah, send him another PM. He's still around. Same account as far as I know.
Okay. I don't seem to have him on my list. If you talk to him, just tell him to send me a message. I was thinking about him.
Will do.
Yeah, so let's say that a Christian is homosexual, and they know that they're homosexual, and let's just say that they have zero attraction to females. Would you encourage that person to marry a female and have children, and even though they have no desire for their wife sexually?
Who are you asking?
Jimmy.
Oh, you're asking me? No, I wouldn't encourage anybody to get married who wasn't seeking it. But I think with your question there, Tom, where I would say I think
No, they're seeking it, but they're seeking it for other reasons than normally, like a heterosexual person, right? Heterosexual person is interested in making sweet, sweet love to their beautiful wife nightly, and also, maybe starting a family, settling down, raising kids, getting a picket fence, dogs, things like that. But this individual is not interested in any of the sexual stuff.
Well, he is, though. Everything that you just said about the straight couple, a gay person is interested in too. He's just interested with it in the person that resembles himself as opposed to a person that's opposite of him. No distinction in want, just distinction in genitalia.
So what I would say is that I want to go back to the question itself. I think it's loaded in a very important area, and that is, you said this person knows they're homosexual.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're self-conscious of desires to sleep with people of the same sex.
Right.
And I think the worry for me there, I think the Bible already clearly answers what's open to them. They have perfect permission to marry someone of the opposite sex. They can be celibate if they want. Like those are the two ways that sexuality pleases God. But in terms of the question, I worry that too many people in even Christian circles think about the question as, well, what about people who are homosexuals? Well, nobody is identified as homosexual. You may have homosexual desires, but you need to find your identity in something other than your sexuality. It's like saying, what about people who are gamers? You know, rather than
that's just ignoring the point, though. You're just trying to have a semantic debate instead of dealing with the issue.
Well, okay, well, let me give you this example.
Yeah, I don't like calling it that.
No,
Yeah.
it's not an issue of what we
Jovon
call it.
identifies with really bad internet.
It's not an issue of calling one and the same thing different names. The issue is how we think about a certain problem, right? So as Christians, I think the way Christians should think about this problem of sexuality is that we find our identity in Christ. That's who we are, is we are people saved by him, we're people redeemed by him. And so what does that entail about how we should live our lives? And alternatively, I think the problem with people identifying as homosexual is that's very comparable to someone who says, you know, I really want to play games all day instead of contributing to society. Or,
preach.
Man, I really want to drink booze all day and never eat a single thing that's healthy. Like, okay, but you would never identify yourself as a gamer, as if that's how...
The whole identification thing isn't really important. I mean, it's just like, we're just talking about like predicates, I guess, qualities of people.
Yeah, I don't think the identity thing is being portrayed properly here. I don't think most people, at least, don't identify as I am gay, as in this is the entirety of who I am. When they say I identify as gay, they are making a distinction between that which is common, right? So most people are commonly heterosexual, right?
I think they're just asking, are you attracted to males sexually?
Yeah, so Freud makes the distinction, right? This all comes from Freud. Freud makes the distinction in the 1800s of what sexual identity is, and it is merely to say that I am not holding the attraction to female. I am holding an attraction, and that will be identified in terms of sexuality as homosexuality. It's not that this person is just solely a gay person, that's all they are. There's nothing more to them than gayness. It's just that in that particular area, their identification in terms of labels is homosexual. It doesn't inform you of anything other than how they prefer to have sex. It doesn't tell you anything about them other than.
Yeah, I have to just respectfully disagree. I think that the way we talk about these issues, the way we think about these issues, right, conceive of a problem here is going to affect how we deal with it. And I think there's a deeper... Well, real quick, I think the deeper issue behind how Christians deal with sin is not, oh my goodness, do I have these bad desires? Or, oh my goodness, am I doing something that God commands me not to do? Yeah, those are important, but they're secondary, and they're really already answered by this more fundamental question. Who are you? Like,
how did you decide what's primary and what's secondary? Maybe you're being Christian is just a secondary identity.
Well, I don't see how it could be.
It's just incidental. It doesn't tell the whole story of you.
I think that's not true. I mean, that seems to me to just be the question of whether Christianity is true. If it's true, then yeah, your relationship to Christ is the most fundamental question about you that you can answer.
No, it's just one aspect of you. It's just, I have this identity as a Christian. I believe in the tenets of Christianity. That's all it is. That's all it means. Doesn't mean anything else about you.
I think your Christian identity is going to inform a lot more about an individual than the sexuality would be. But
I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, me either.
Well, you say I'm a homosexual. What does that say? It means that I am attracted to same-sex people. You say I'm a Christian. Well, I can make many inferences
that's compatible with just about anything.
Well,
you could be Christian and a homosexual.
Yeah, you
I'm
could
not
be
saying
having
you
sex
can.
with men, women, not having sex. You could be stealing, not stealing, lying, not lying.
I mean, Kathleen, this is coming from you of all people.
A
Hey,
transsexual who's Christian.
hold on. So when someone says I'm gay, right, we make an inference from that. Someone says I'm gay and it's got a male voice, we make an inference. The inference is that they're men. It's got a female voice behind it, we make an inference that they're
Well, we make
other women, right? Hold on, please. Now, if you say I'm a Christian or I'm a Muslim, like if Rainy comes in and says I'm a Muslim, or if someone comes in and says I'm a Jew, well, that informs us, and it may not be complete, but we can make a general inference of their moral system, of their economics, of their
no, you
political
can't.
partnership.
No,
All
you
those things can
can't.
be made from that one word, absolutely.
No. Having somebody being Jewish, this is just not true. Somebody being Jewish, it doesn't tell you anything about their morality. Same with Christian. It doesn't tell you anything about their morality. It doesn't tell you anything about their economic beliefs. It simply doesn't.
Absolutely it does, because if they're a
No,
Jew,
prove
absolutely
it.
does. Because if they're a practicing Jew, they are practicing Jews. We understand Judaism to be, which is a religion that has spawned the last 10,000 years. Or if they are a Christian, as we understand Christianity to be, which is a religion that has spawned the last 2,000 years, their moral system is based on a very specific passage in an old book called the Torah, known as the Ethical Decalogue. And
That's
both
simply
Christians
empirically
and
false.
Jews specifically practice their moral system wholly and totally, if they are in fact a Christian or a Jew, based on that ethical log, which informs us
No,
the basis of morality, which informs all other moral predicates.
you can't conclude anything about somebody's morality from their religious beliefs. You can't. You simply can't.
So I can prove it right now. 48% of Christians in America say they support gay marriage. That's half. So saying that you're a Christian doesn't inform you about your positions on gay marriage. Neither does it inform you about your positions on just about anything else. The only thing that informs you is that you are a supporter of Jesus Christ in some way.
I noticed that there's a huge there's an elephant in the room there with that kind of analysis, and that is this: that if somebody says they don't believe, for example, that Brenda exists, and then they have conversations with Brenda, they buy Brenda lunch, they are performing, they're acting, behaving as if Brenda exists, right? There's an inconsistency there. Well, that seems to be the same case for what Christians do. That in Christianity, you have a defined set of tenets, whatever that may be. We can just agree on a definition of Christianity. The one that I would use involves accepting what the Bible teaches about ethics. The Bible teaches about ethics that you should not support I would say government involvement with marriage at all. But
your interpretation of it, because they can be a Christian and have a different interpretation of that text.
And it's just facts on the ground is that people do have these different interpretations. They simply are.
Remember that I said we could agree on a definition. So this is how I'm defining.
Right. Look, that's going to be analytical, though. That's just going to be a simple analytical claim that nobody's going to disagree with. The problem is when you say something like, if we say they're Christian, that informs you of their this as a Christian, and that means very particularly, then analytically you can say what their positions are because it just follows. But it doesn't follow from being what a general Christian is for having those positions.
Well, I don't think that's a meaningful definition of Christianity that you're using there. If they can behave in any way, where the word Christian comes from, little Christ was about the followers of Christ being mocked because they were teaching a specific theology, they were trying to live a specific lifestyle, and they had a revelation.
You don't live that lifestyle, so what are you talking about?
Well, now hold on a second. Now you're not disagreeing with my definition. You're disagreeing about the empirical evidence, and you're welcome to make an argument toward that end. But that's to shift the goalpost. Earlier, you were saying you didn't like my definition. I'm saying there is a historical ground for the definition that I'm giving. So
Never
that's
said I didn't like your definition. I don't care what definition you use. I don't disagree with definitions.
Okay, so then
back to
my
other people when they call themselves Christians that they mean the same thing that you do.
Exactly. I agree with you. So the problem, going back to the example of Christians supporting homosexuality, the problem there is that calling yourself a Christian, professing to be a Christian, doesn't make you one. Right? It's like somebody saying that I'm really smart. Well, that doesn't make you really smart. So it's go ahead.
I want to ask you a question, right? And this is kind of on the subject, but kind of not, right? So I've been doing a lot of work. I mean, me and you've had this conversation back and forth for a while, right? But so I know you're a reformist, and so I dug up a copy of Martin Luther's Bible, right? The one that he wrote, circa 1558 or somewhere around there, right? And I looked at certain passages, and I had some people that spoke pretty good German translate passages into modern day English. Now, the reason that it surprises me because I think Protestantism is not a religion of of Jesus, but a religion of sin and sex, specifically the admonishment of sex. So the verses that are generally used in these arguments, Leviticus 18, Leviticus 20, Deuteronomy, 1 Corinthians, Romans, Timothy, right? So I looked at all of these. And in every single one of these, there's a specific term used. It was like Klabenschauden. I can't pronounce it quite right, but it's a compound word. And when translated into German, it reads the same thing in all 6 passages. Boy molester. So in Leviticus 18:22, it says, "A man shall not lay with boys as he does with women, for it is an abomination to God." In 1 Corinthians, it says, "I tell you that boy molesters shall not inherit the kingdom of heaven." Now, this is a 1554 copy. So then I went to a Portuguese version in the 1700s, same thing. I went to another German version, 1800s, same thing. Went to a Latin version, 1300s, same thing. We don't get the changing of this boy molester term until 1907 with the first rendition of the American Standard ESV. So we go from passages that are condemning people molesting boys to passages carte blanche condemnation of all sexual acts between same-sex partners. How do we make that grip? Which one's right? We're 2,000 years of Bible saying boy molesters, got 100 years of Bible saying, and not just 100 years, the German version wasn't changed until 1983. So up until 1983, the German Standard Bible said boy molester.
I'm by far not the person to ask these kind of questions because I'm not an expert on biblical language. But I know for certain that there are passages in the New Testament that use a word in Greek that has been translated sodomite. The idea is anal entrance, or laying down on a man with a mat. Whatever. So I just don't. I think there are 2 issues with that. For one, I think that you need to go to scholarship on the issue and see how Christians have answered this, because a simple search on Bible Hub.
I did. I was just curious how you would answer it, right? I mean, I've
Okay.
looked at how Irenaeus and Pliny handled these things.
For me, I think that it's clear what the term means translated. But I think the other way you can reason about it is, well, what is the standard that's used to condemn those things? Well, it's not as if Paul is getting these new sexual ideas from God. This is something that has been around since the beginning, and it goes back to how Jesus handles the issue. He says, "In the beginning, this was not so," and speaking about divorce, right? He uses the Genesis account as the archetype of marriage. In the Genesis account, you have a man, you have a woman, and you have God uniting them. That, and you have them then creating a family on top of that. That's the
yeah. I have no problem acquiescing that is the way, that is the most that is the best way, right? Jesus in Luke 10, or Mark 10. Oh, I always get those mixed up. Matthew 19, Luke 12, right, when he's talking about those things. I can take it one or two ways, but both have issue. Right? If I take it the one way, that he's merely speaking about the way things should be currently, right? Well, I look at Paul, and I understand that Paul understands that certain things are better than other situations. So I could agree that marriage between a man and a woman may be the optimal situation, but it does not mean that it is the only situation. And I can go to Genesis 1:1 to argue for that. But if I take it the other way as some kind of apocalyptic eschatological prophecy, well, then we have a problem because it never happened. So we've got problems both ways.
I'm not sure what your first objection is there. Like that, what I take it what Jesus is saying is that Genesis shows God's natural design, how marriage ought to work. The reason the laws about divorce came into effect is because people were sinning against marriage, and those laws came up as a way to deal with that sin. And then Jesus goes on to, or his disciples kind of despair at him, thinking, oh man, we'd get stuck with a person for forever. Who could deal with that? And Jesus gives you the alternative option to marriage. He says some people are not capable of living by themselves. So right there in the passage, you have his presuppositions. He treats Genesis and its model of marriage as the archetype, but he doesn't treat it as the only archetype for life. The alternative to marriage is to be celibate.
Oh, I don't get the. I was with you all the way up until the celibate part. Because I don't think that the Bible necessarily condemns sex outside the bond of marriage. But if I'm to hold to, the predominant theory of Markan primacy, well, we've got an issue because Jesus doesn't allow for divorce in any way, right? So then we've got a moral problem in the real world. Because if I'm going to hold to that, if I'm going to hold to, just like a boilerplate thing, well, there's no pension for divorce in the Bible. These words were added on, some kind of Paulina Pederin privilege, because it didn't sit right with later biblical scholars. There's no divorce for beating. There's no divorce for sexual immorality. There's no divorce for abandonment. There's just no divorce. So are we to tell a woman whose husband beats her on a regular basis that she shouldn't run away and get divorced?
Well, I think there's room for in-house debate on that, because I think you need to read the ethics of
Ephesians.
Well, no, I don't think Ephesians tells you how to deal with permission for divorce. But I mean, there are. I think the easy example to use is like in the Old Testament, there are things the man could do. I mean, so he killed one of their children, right? Well, then he would get the death sentence, but that would render his wife a widow. So supposing that he did kill their children and then something terrible happened and justice was never seen to him, does that mean he still forfeited his life and she's now to be treated as a widow so that basically she's divorced from him? I don't know. But I'm just saying those types of questions are in-house debate. What they presuppose is that the way you handle marriage is a man and a woman united by God, creating a family.
Right, but the problem with that, right, is that if I acquiesce to that's just an in-house discussion, I have to accept that there's a gray area. And there definitely is a gray area because we jump back and forth between different books, different scriptures, different authors, different meanings. And then we add in different interpretations. So what we get is people making condemnations of other people based on their own interpretation, which is, not complete. And then using that as a bashing mechanism, right? When I think the jury's out on most of this. But if I'm going to hold to a literal thing, I have a problem in Mark because Jesus makes a prophecy and the prophecy doesn't come true. So then what do we call Jesus? A failed prophet? Well, we know that Jesus was a Jew, so we know the penalty for that. Jesus was a failed prophet, Christianity falls apart. So I guess we can't take that. So then we have to go to there's just no divorce. Or we have to go to that Matthew or Luke is an exoneration of this, that the author just mixed something up, but that doesn't seem to be the case either. So then if we just go back to the Genesis part, which is, what he alludes to. In the beginning, it was not this the way, but your hearts were hardened, so Moses granted you a writ of divorce. Well, in the beginning, God allows for multiple ways of doing things, but there is a best. And Paul talks about that in Timothy when he talks about, not all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient to the will of the person.
Kat, the trouble with your argument here is that you are taking the secondary issues, which are gray areas, like, how do we apply God's concept of marriage to situations where a husband might beat his wife? That's a hard question, but notice that it presupposes the standard that God has set up. So I don't think it really calls into question the moral permissibility of fornication or adultery or homosexuality. Like, those things are already ruled out by the very question. As far as the gray area, I don't really think it's.
How are you making the connection, though? How are you making that connection? Because if we accept, me and you would both accept that we live in a fallen world. So I could accept the fact that if we had never fallen, that none of these discussions would have ever happened, because maybe it is the case that man would have never had an attraction to another man. But we do live in a fallen world, and the covenants of the Bible deal with the fallen nature. And the covenants of the Bible don't deal in any way, shape, or form with the relationship between grown consenting adults. As far as I can tell, going back thousands of years, the Bible only deals with the relationship with adults and boys, because that's what was prevalent at the time that these verses were written.
I don't think that's true. But that was the reason I brought up Jesus' argument in Matthew 19, is because the way Jesus argues against divorce is by using the Genesis account as an archetype. In the Genesis account, you don't have children being married, and you don't have same-sex relations. Right? What you have is a man and a woman being united by God, and that pattern, by the way, is the one you see echoed over and over and over and over in Scripture. Whenever there's an exception to it, it's either stated that it's sin, or it's presupposed as sin in part of some moral story. Like, for example, Lot's sexual sin. So I don't.
Well, let me rephrase it. Is marriage preordained?
The nature of marriage is preordained, yes.
Is the relationship between individuals preordained?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, so would you hold that God preordained that I would marry Shelley?
Oh, I thought you. Forgive me. I thought you meant by preordained, like morally preset. But you're saying predestined. Yes. I think you know that I'm a determinist. I think all human actions are predestined, preordained.
Okay, so I could have done nothing other than marrying Shelley. That's, a relief. But
I don't know that it is, because I don't know that.
Oh, I don't know, man. I probably would have gone through 25 sets of car keys within my first week of being an adult without her. So But anyway, if it is preordained that I were to fall in love with Shelley, marry Shelley, be attracted to Shelley, want to have sex with Shelley, well, then we have the problem that the people that are identified as having sexual attraction to the same sex are preordained or predetermined to have these desires as well. They're also preordained or predetermined that they will fall in love with these. So
I do want to answer this, but I just want to make a prefacing comment that we're now moving away. This is kind of like this is comparable to the false prophecy and Mark argument that you were making, in that it's not really an argument to undercut traditional marriage. It's really an argument that undercuts something essential about Christianity. So in the case of the prophecy of Mark, that argument you made, it doesn't undercut my view about human sexuality. It just undercuts Christianity. And if you can't rely on the Bible as a historical text, and you have to say that Jesus makes a false prophecy, then why would we trust anything that Jesus supposedly says in those texts at all? But then also, real quick, going to the determinist thing, it's the same exact thing. That if God, by being sovereign over the universe, that the very concept of God involves his sovereignty, and that means he determines everything that people do, and that means that no one is responsible for anything they do. That's just to prove the falsity of Christianity, because at least the denomination that I use quotation marks there, the tradition that I'm a part of, agrees that God is both sovereign over the world, he determines everything that happens, but not in such a way that people's moral responsibility is undercut.
Yeah, I mean that's a pickle, right? That's why I'm not a Calvinist. But you know, even just for argument's sake, if I grant that, right, I'm not removing the moral culpability here, but the point is that, you know, and I think I mentioned this to you the last time we actually did the thing with whatchamacallit, I can't remember his name. But that if it is the case that we hold to the position that mine and Shelley's relationship was predetermined, then we also must, and if we're going to call what we have love, right? Then we also have to acquiesce to the fact that every gay person who's ever said he's in love was predetermined to do all that too. And so if you want to hold to the idea, if you want to say something to, well, you're not actually in love, well, you don't really have the capacity, nor do I, to make that determination. You can call them a liar, but there's to me, there's no differentiation in that relationship than mine and Shelley. So you're just reduced to calling them a liar. It is the case that gay people fall in love in the exact same way that straight people fall in love. And if marriage is merely something that has been preordained in heaven, or what have you not, predestined, then God intended for these people to meet. God intended for these people to fall in love.
Yeah,
God intended for these people to desire one another.
I have to call you out, that Kat, that with love, you're conflating two different ideas. On the one hand, you're saying God predestined you to be with Shelley. Okay, no argument there for me. I don't think that gets people off the hook, that God predestined them to do things that I don't think is right. And that's not making a comment on whether it was right for you to be with Shelley. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm just saying, in general, that God predestines you to do something is not sufficient justification for you to choose to do it, morally speaking.
Well, if I don't have a choice in the matter, how can I choose otherwise?
Well, that's to equivocate on the word choice. What you mean is if I don't have an option to choose otherwise. But it doesn't mean that you didn't make a choice of your own desires.
I mean, see, this is where I think, you know, there's a bit of equivocation on the Calvinist side, right? Because it's never really clearly defined, right? If something is predetermined, I mean, are you what exactly are you saying is predetermined? I mean, are you talking about down?
You want to distinguish fatalism from determinism there, right, Jimmy?
Correct, yeah. So, I mean, the objection could be put one of two ways. The way that it was put just a second ago is, if God determines all of your behavior, then none of that behavior counts as a choice. Of course, the underlying assumption there is that in order to make a choice, the PAP principle has to hold. There must be a principle of alternate possibility. You must have been able to do otherwise. But why should I believe that?
If you can't do otherwise, it wasn't determined.
If you cannot do otherwise, then it wasn't determined.
No, I mean, if there's a possibility of you doing otherwise, it's not determined.
Correct.
Yeah, so you're just flat out contradicting yourself.
Well, let me finish what I'm going to say, and then maybe you can unpack that. But I just don't see a reason to believe that PAP is true. I think that people cannot do otherwise than what they choose to do. That is both because God determines them to do what they do, that he determines them to do what they do in light of their desires, and that they do what they do in the freedom the following freedom, that they are free to do whatever they most desire.
That's
So
just nonsense. That's just literal nonsense.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
know why we would
I
respect.
don't,
Desires were determined
I
by
don't
God.
generally like to disagree with you, Jimmy. You know, I generally don't like to disagree with you, and I generally do not like to agree with Brenda. So I'm in a catch-22 here, but I've got to agree with her. That was really difficult. I'm not going to say it was nonsense, but it didn't make any sense to me. So maybe you could reword it, because I didn't. That just seemed contradictory to what you just said.
Yeah, so another way I can put it is by comparing and contrasting the two views of volition that are going on here. On your view, Kat, you're thinking that as a person makes choices, given everything that's true about reality when they go to make the choice, they still could have done otherwise. And that freedom to do otherwise is actually essential to their will. Part of having a volition, part of acting as an agent, is having the ability to be indetermined by things that are not identical to your own will. Right? But that's not my view of volition. My view of volition is that people make choices that are caused by their desires. That human beings are creatures that have beliefs, they have desires, they have heart commitments, emotional content that's tied up with their philosophical commitments. And so
Are
all
your
of
desires determined?
Yes, certainly. Yes. All of those things taken together, your beliefs, your values, your emotions, all of those things are part of who you are. They define you. And all of those things together determine how you make choices. They determine the activity that comes out.
Choices, and those themselves were determined by God, then God determined your choices. You did not.
No, you're making
follows
a non sequitur there.
No,
That's not a that's literally follows.
That God determines.
It necessarily follows, as Jovon just said. It necessarily follows.
That God determines your choices demonstrates that you didn't determine them in what way.
Yes.
So
If
that's what I'm asking you
if God determines my choices, then I didn't. It necessarily follows that I didn't have a choice.
Why?
So wait, he's saying that we can overrule God's determination.
No, that's that's not
Can
what I'm
we?
saying.
That's the
Well, then what are
only
you saying?
interpretation that makes sense. Like,
Listen,
I'm being charitable when I say
I'm
that.
asking. I'm asking a question. It was stated that if God determines a person's choices, then they do not. Well, prove it. What's the argument for that?
I just gave you it.
Okay, so Jimmy, let's put it in an analogy, right? I possess the capacity to determine everything that you do before you do it, right?
Okay.
I am going to determine everything you do for the rest of your life. I'm writing it down on a piece of paper right now. At 6, what time is it for you? It's 3:57 for you. So at 3:58, Jimmy's going to bump his knee. And at 3:59, Jimmy's going to drink some water.
It's like that movie.
Well,
what is that actor where he's
well,
like he's
if you want the proof, it's if for how it follows is if A implies B and B implies C, necessarily A implies C.
okay. That seems to be a rendition of the transitive law.
It's straight up. It's just straight up proof.
Okay.
If
what
A
are
implies B, A implies B, God causes B, which is your desires. And
Okay.
your desires cause your behavior. Then God
Right.
caused your behavior. If A
There's-
implies B, B
there's no
implies C,
disagreement there.
then A necessarily implies C.
That wasn't
If you
the
agree
conclusion.
with that, then you disagree with what you said earlier.
No, that wasn't the conclusion that I asked you to demonstrate. The conclusion that you put forward was that if God determines my behavior, then I do not. That's what you need to
If you have a problem with that, Jimmy does nothing.
Is he roboting?
It's really, really,
Yeah, you're
really hard to
roboting,
make that
Jovon.
out. But what Jimmy is saying is that we can override God's determinations for our lives.
Okay, so I think what Jimmy's trying to say, where we differentiate from a fictional character that does whatever the author writes down on paper, is that we can still retain agency and volition, and we make choices, and those choices belong to us like our limbs, right? Something like that, Jimmy?
That's definitely the right picture. I would say that there's two key points there that people tend to disagree with and tend to get clogged up in their assumptions. One is about freedom. Some people think that in order for you to make choices in any significant sense, in order for you to be an agent, you need the freedom to do otherwise. That is, you need to be able to act contrary to the choices that you make in any given situation. Well, I don't believe that in that freedom. The freedom I'm suggesting as an alternative is we have the freedom to do whatever we most desire. We have the freedom to make choices that are a result of who we are, including our emotional commitments, our intellectual commitments, our beliefs and values, and so forth.
Right.
That's the kind of freedom I
Yeah, we have the freedom to do what we most desire. Who determines our desires?
Well, ultimately, God.
Yeah, so we don't have the freedom.
I don't see how that follows.
You don't see how that follows.
No.
That's amazing.
Yeah. The other key issue.
Yeah, it's completely incoherent. It's completely illogical and irrational.
Well, what is the incoherence that you want to point out?
I don't know how to convey it to you in a way that you could possibly understand. I just did. God determines your desires.
I suggest that it's because
it necessarily
follows.
God determines your desires, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Then how can I determine my desires?
God is the. I didn't say that you determine your desires, although.
Yes, you did. We have the freedom to pursue our desires. That's not freedom.
I said you have the freedom to make choices.
I can't make choices. I can't choose my desires. They've been chosen for me.
Let him talk.
This needs to be a conversation, not a monologue.
I'm not monologuing.
What I said was that we have the freedom to choose what we most desire. That is, that we act consistent with our desires and, in fact, are propelled by them.
We have the freedom. I
did not say.
You're roboting, Jovon.
Hold on.
We have the freedom to choose what we desire.
If you want this to be a conversation, you have to listen to the whole.
Well, I'm repeating it back to you so that I get it right. We have the freedom to choose what we desire, correct?
That is correct.
Does God determine what we desire?
That's correct.
Then we don't have the freedom to choose what we desire.
And that follows how?
It's a direct contradiction.
What is the contradiction?
Because they're directly contrary.
No. It would be contrary if you assume. If you beg the question and assume that you need to be able to do otherwise than what you do, or that you need to be able to be independent of your desires in order to make a choice, then it follows that if God puts you in a system where you are determined by your desires,
it's pure gibberish. Yeah, it's pure gibberish because freedom simply means the ability to choose A over B. But I have no ability to choose A over B.
No, well, that's ambiguous. Do you mean the ability to choose A over B, or do you mean the ability to have chosen B even when you did choose A?
I have.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. I have
the
freedom.
ability to choose what you desire.
Freedom. Freedom. I take freedom to mean the ability to choose A rather than B, right? But
now,
you're saying.
When you say that, well, I want to make sure I understand you. When you say that, do you mean that you're simply favoring one option over another, which is compatible with my view? Or are you saying that when you make the choice of A over B, you still retained the ability to choose B? That is, to do otherwise than make the choice of A?
You're just using sophistry here at this point, because once I have chosen to do A, I can no longer choose to do B. But that doesn't mean that A was not freely chosen.
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, it was. You asked if once I've chosen A, if I could still choose to do B.
No,
That's
I
sophistry. That's
asked if
sophistry.
while.
That's sophistry.
I asked if while you are choosing A, you still retain the ability.
If I commit to doing A, I've committed to doing A. I can't change. I can't until up until the moment I choose A. You know, once I've chosen to do A, I can no longer choose to do B. And
yeah,
you're claiming that I can somehow do that as sophistry.
No, it's not. That's not at all the objection.
Yeah, it is.
And this is not difficult to understand for people who have read.
No, this is completely
between compatibilists. And
yeah, I have. Am I lagging?
a little bit better now.
You're good now,
Okay,
Jovon.
when you say that you have the ability to choose what your desires dictate, all you're saying, you're either saying something nonsensical, or you're saying that you will do what your desires dictate, which is not choosing. You're equivocating on the word choice. Now, if you, I'm probably lagging.
That's just begging the question. You in that argument, you're assuming that the nature of choice is libertarian. Why are you assuming libertarianism to disprove compatibilism?
What is the reason you're calling it choice?
Sorry, what?
What is the reason you're calling it choice?
Oh, because it's an intention. It's the sort of thing that we would call a deliberation or an intention. It's a plan that you have, something that you want to do, or something that you some kind of state that goes on your mind that results in activity.
What do you mean a choice? You couldn't have done otherwise. What do you mean you chose to do it? What do you mean you select? There's no selection.
That's just a loaded
only
question.
One option.
That's just a loaded
Jimmy,
question.
Can I ask you a question? When you say, how would you define agency, simpliciter?
Ugh.
How would I define agency? That's difficult. I would say that agency has to do something with a person, and a person has to do with a mind that has knowledge, will, and some kind of relationship with another person who has knowledge and will.
Okay, so I define agency as the capacity of an entity to act in a given environment. And I distinguish this from moral agency, right? So the problem, at least from my perspective here, and I think maybe this is why Brenda is getting triggered, is that when we hear you say these things, it sounds like you're saying God has determined everything that is going to happen in this universe down to the most tiny quantum subatomic particle, right?
Well,
And
that's obviously wrong.
It could have happened in no other way, right? That God laid this out, that it could have happened in no other way, right? But if everything, even down to the base molecules of the material, were determined by God, right? That this was going to interact with this, that this would cause this, that this would cause this, this would cause this. So when I was born, I was going to do all these things, and God already knew them. He had determined that I was going to do all these things. There's no ability for me to choose anything unless you're going to say that I made the choice at the foundations of the universe in consultation with God.
Kat, the difficulty there is when you say you have no ability to make a choice. What you mean is to say, I have no ability to manifest libertarian freedom. But why is that a problem for me? I don't care about libertarian freedom. I don't believe in libertarian freedom.
Saying it's a problem for you. I'm not saying it's a problem for you, right? Like, I mean, I know that our views are right, and I have no problem with that, right? I just enjoy the conversation. But some of these people do have a problem with your views, And I'm trying to maybe better explain their objection
But-
to you. I know you don't care. I'm
Sure.
not wanting you
Okay,
to.
Kathleen.
I understand that, but what my point is just this: it's fine if you believe in libertarian freedom, and we can have a conversation about that. But it's not a valid objection to my view to say that my view doesn't preserve libertarian freedom. At the outset, my view, the whole point of compatibilism is to say that we have a different kind of freedom than libertarians imagine. So to say that my view doesn't preserve libertarian freedom is like saying to a dialetheist, "Oh, well, your view allows for contradiction." Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, I
So
agree.
Jimmy, you want to say you have free will, but
Yes.
is choice determined?
Yes, that's correct.
Then what's the free will part?
You have the freedom to do what you most desire.
And what
Which
you
is
most
determined.
desire, which is determined, yes.
Wait, what's different between that statement and saying you will do what you desire?
But the difference is that saying what you will do what you desire does not answer the question whether you retain any kind of independence from external facts. So, for example, I think it would be detrimental to compatibilism, or to compatibilist freedom, I should say, if coffee cups being in a room somehow directly reconfigured a choice that I was going to make. Like, say I'm gonna make a cup of coffee, but because there's a cup of coffee in the room, that fact in the universe causally affects my mind to think, no, I think I'm going to make myself rabbit soup.
This is
Right?
all
Well, now
irrelevant.
that's very problematic, because now it raises difficulty for what really counts as part of Jimmy or not part of Jimmy. Is the coffee cup really part of my mind? Is it really external to the mind? It directly affects who I am, what I'm doing, etc., etc. So where do we really draw the distinction between Jimmy
That's a completely
as...
separate issue.
No, where do you draw this distinction between free will and determinism? It seems like you're saying you have free will, but it's determined. Is
I
that
think by
what
free
I'm-
will he
is
means
that what you're saying?
volition, right, Jimmy?
Well,
And
it just
not
seems like he's
picking A or
I don't
expressing
know.
B.
That's-
compatibilism. It just seems like, are you expressing compatibilism, Necessitarian? I mean, Jimmy?
That's correct, yeah.
Right, yeah, I hold that view too. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, but your view is retarded too. You're just equivocating on the situation.
I have to say, there's a
don't
lot
worry.
of...
No, me and Jack. No, don't worry, man. Angstrike, Josh, and we're compatibilists. So don't.
There's a lot of...
Josh says something completely different than what Jimmy's saying, right? Josh would say that he has the free will in a different thing, right? He just labels. He's just trying to take like an identitary commitment with his desires and such, right? But he'll still say that he doesn't have the ability to choose otherwise, and that he does not. But he wouldn't instill upon, especially if Josh were to say that God determined his choices, he would not say that he had the choice to do that.
Oh, I see what you're. Jimmy, wait, Jimmy, wait? So what are you trying to say? Are you holding to like some view, like libertarian free will, in which you have the ability to choose otherwise in virtue of God?
No, he's saying that God determines his choices, but he can still freely choose.
Oh, that's just gibberish. Sorry about that, guy.
I'm not sure yet why it is.
Did I encapsulate that correctly, though, Jimmy?
Could you go back?
You have free will, but it's determined?
Yeah, if you define free will as compatibilist freedom, that is the ability to do or act in consistency with your utmost desires, then yes, absolutely. God does not coerce you.
Why bother calling it free will
And that,
then? If
right,
it's just
JJ,
determined.
because that statement is equivalent. That statement is equivalent to saying you will do what you desire, which is the exact opposite of what we call free.
I disagree, and this is why I would say so.
I just disagree.
No, I'm not saying I just disagree, but here's why I would disagree, and that is because for a compatibilist, we understand the basic problem revolving around moral responsibility from a very different angle than a libertarian. For a libertarian, moral responsibility has fundamentally to do with the fact that human beings are independent of God's causation and independent of world causation. They're this little soul floating around that has self-causal abilities. And that's how they think of moral responsibility deriving. I don't think that makes any sense. I don't think that really has any explanatory power toward moral responsibility. But rather, what I think is that the reason we have moral responsibility is because our identity, that is who we are, is found in our creaturehood before God. So we are creatures that are made in the presence of God. We are born into a relationship with God, and it is in virtue of that social covenant that we have with God that we can be held morally responsible for our actions. But what is very important to that covenant is that you need to be distinguishable from a book. You need to be distinguishable from an animal. You need to have your own identity. And that becomes a problem if you say things like, well, the term human just applies to an object that is a bunch of little causal mechanisms floating around in outer space, right? Because then there's not really a human out there. It's just a concept or a useful word that we apply to a certain portion of what is really just meaningless universe.
Yeah, that's
Right.
not a problem, though. That's just, like, you saying that is just like you saying you dislike that, which is not an issue. But anyways, I just had one more question, and I'll shut up. So you believe that God, at some point when he created everything, or maybe if you get it, he determined that I would say, like, let's say if I walked up and just kicked you in the back of the leg or something. God determined that trillions of years everything, right? I actually didn't determine that myself. He determined that, right? Well, you can say whatever. We use your language. He determined I would do that, but I'm morally responsible for kicking you in the leg, not him. Right?
Yes, when God determines you to choose to kick me in the legs.
That's insane. Right. So I'm responsible for kicking you in the leg, even though God is the one that determined.
Yeah, I don't see a contradiction there.
And you don't think God is responsible?
No, God didn't choose to kick me in the leg. He chose to determine you to choose to kick me in the leg.
Right. Just like if I send somebody to rape you, right? It's not my fault. I'm not the asshole. It's the rapist. Right?
No,
I had no more responsibility.
So
Jimmy,
that analogy begs the question against.
Is Matt Bell innocent then?
Oh, fuck. That's actually really good.
Yeah,
Jimmy Stevens must take the position that Matt Bell is completely innocent, has no moral qualms with what he did. Because he just told us.
I don't know what Matt Bell did, but the problem with the analogy that was given about someone sending a murderer is twofold. In the first place, the causal powers that you use to send a murderer do not operate in terms of a person's identity. Right? You persuade someone to go.
Okay, I gotta get better. You know, I'll fix it then. Sorry, Jimmy. I create a robot, and I give it identitarian commitment. Then that robot that I determine comes and punches you in the face. I'm not responsible for that, right?
Okay, so the problem with that analogy is it's incoherent. You can't create a robot that's a person.
Jimmy, you're just being dishonest now, buddy. Or you're being really dumb.
Listen. Were you to create a robot that is actually a person, that's really just to say that you had birth in a really unconventional way.
No, I said I created a robot with identitarian commitment.
That's
nothing
incoherent.
Contradictory about that.
That's incoherent. There's no such thing as a robot with identitarian commitments.
There's a contradiction there. What's the contradiction?
Yeah,
the contradiction
that's not
is that
incoherent.
the contradiction is that when you say a robot, you're talking about a non-person. You're saying it's an impersonal machine.
Wait, what? I'm saying, when I say robot, I'm just saying a mechanical being. Something that's mechanical.
Correct. So if you just mean that the body of this person is mechanical, it is still a person, and therefore you do not have the ability to determine its identity. You merely gave birth to a person who is a mechanical body.
What?
Why don't I have the ability?
No, you're rebutting, Jovon.
Create
Get a signal,
a
Jovon.
robot. I don't think that would.
I think that's the wrong. I think the real question to ask is, why presume that AI is a coherent concept? That needs to be demonstrated. But
What would be
in the second place,
incoherent?
Hmm?
I think you'd have to demonstrate that it's incoherent.
I don't see any reason to believe in AI. So, but
Why?
Because every time you go to define it, you're just talking about a human being in a robot body.
No,
What's the difference?
that's not the way people describe it.
Yes, it is. AI, artificial intelligence. It's the idea of an intelligent mind with the same exact qualities that you'll find in the human mind. The only difference is its physical appearance.
Similar.
No. We can think of conceptions of like an alien mind that's different than a human mind, but we can still label it a mind. It just shares certain analogous properties.
Jimmy
Well,
probably
correct,
thinks
but
that
that would just-
extraterrestrials are incoherent, though.
No, that's correct, but that would just constitute a person. So it goes right back to my point.
Yeah, Jimmy can't get
The
past
only-
his presupposition.
There's nothing
that
contradictory
there are no
about me
beings
creating
off the
a
earth.
person, though.
I
There's also no
didn't say that there
contradiction
was.
between me. You're
I
saying
didn't-
it's
I didn't say there
incoherent
was.
for me to create a person.
No, what I said was the idea that you could control the identity of a person. That is, that you can determine their desires in the same way God determines persons' desires, which is in a creational way, is incoherent. You don't have that power. All you can do is give birth to another person. Perhaps you can do that using gadgetry. That's fine. But that's still analogous to parents giving birth. You
Look,
still
Jeremy,
have to persuade.
I could find that a certain arrangement of matter creates a certain belief or a certain commitment. Then when I create that arrangement of matter, I am intentionally creating that commitment, right?
So that analogy would depend heavily on your ability to demonstrate a parallelism between mind states and brain states.
Jeremy, the point is a conceptual one. If I can
But why should I
determine-
grant it?
Jimmy, you're just being hard-headed right now, buddy. The point is, there's no contradiction with me saying I determined someone's intention, determined someone's identitarian commitment. There's no contradiction there, Jimmy.
Yes, there is.
And if there's no contradiction, then you have to run with the hypothetical that if I determine someone's identity and then I force them, I determine them to go stab you in the face, I am not responsible for them stabbing you in the face.
Again, for you to determine someone's desires, for you to arbitrate what they are like, what kind of foods they prefer, etc., for you to determine their personality like that, that would just make you God, right? That's the contradiction. Humans do not have that capacity.
That's not a contradiction, Jimmy.
Yes, that Jovon is a human, and that Jovon creates a person in this way is a contradiction. You either have to give up being human and take the position of God in that analogy, which no longer makes it a problem for me, or you have to... What?
Oh my God. You're saying that if I created a robot, the only thing stopping it from being morally responsible is the fact that if that robot was able to have identitarian commitment and it identified with its desires that I gave them, that I am no longer responsible, Jimmy. That's just insane.
No, that's not what I said. Man, it's very easy to get strong-armed in here.
No, what you said was that it's a contradiction, which is retarded.
What did I say was the contradiction?
You said that I am not God. There's a contradiction.
Right. The two contradictions were as follows. There is no analogous concept here between God's determination and your determination, unless the object being determined is a person. Right? Now, so long as it's a person, in your analogy, the only way for you as a human to influence that person is not in an analogous way to the way God determines person. You can influence the person. You can persuade the person.
His is much more absolute.
Please let me finish.
Let me finish. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. You can even indoctrinate the person, but you will never be in a position to arbitrate their desires de facto. You have no direct access to them. If you want direct access to the person, if you're saying you literally create this person by just conceiving of them, right? You just have this idea of their desires and their thoughts, and you snap your fingers and that's what they have. Well, that's just to have the power of God. That's just to have God's properties. We're no longer talking about Jovon. And that's not the kind of determination that occurs when you hire a thug. So why are we comparing the two?
So the funny thing about that is, right, we would actually say that I'm morally responsible for simply influencing you into something, right? But you want to say that God isn't morally responsible when he has more absolute control, right? Think about that. I have a little bit of control over someone else's actions. And if I influence them to do something, we would say I'm morally responsible for what they did. However, you're trying to take the position that if I had a direct influence, I was able to actually take over that person, determine that they did those things, I would not be morally responsible. That is insane.
I mean, only if you have a standard of control here that is operating as the criteria of moral responsibility, which, again, is a libertarian presupposition. So once again, we're right back to, this is not a libertarian view, so it must be wrong. Well, that just begs the question.
Jim, this is just you trying to get out of saying that God is responsible for all the raping. You just want to say that those people are responsible because they identify with what God made them do.
Well,
so God isn't responsible.
More precisely, I'm answering the earlier analogy you made to someone hiring a thug. There's no analogy in the world for the kind of determination that God has. It's a very unique instance because it involves the creation of the person as a whole. Everything that you've ever done is pre-programmed in that moment. You have no ability to do that.
I didn't understand. Mostly because I wasn't hearing you, but I gotta go. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right, take care.
By Jimmy's lights, Matt Bell was wrong for influencing a person to rape a minor with 93 pence, but God was correct. He was right for determining the above.
That is absolutely right.
Do you think that's true?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's insanity.
And in those two sentences, wrong and right are opposites. Is that correct?
Wrong and right are opposites.
In those two sentences, wrong and right are opposite, correct?
Oh, you mean the meaning of wrong is contrary to the meaning of right? Yes, that's correct. I would agree with that.
Yikes.
So Matt Bell could not have influenced the person except by God's determination.
But then, again, that would just make him God. Like no one can determine a person in the sense.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The
only reason that Matt Bell did this was because God determined him to do it.
No, that's false.
What are you talking about?
It does not follow.
Did something else determine the above?
Yes, of course.
What else did?
His desires, his intent.
Which God determines.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So God determined it, dog. Matt Bell didn't choose to have his desires or intents. God put those in him.
Yeah, but the fact that you did not choose to have them does not mean that you are not morally responsible for them.
Why?
Why the fuck should I be morally responsible for what God made me do?
Oh, you should have let him answer that. Never mind. It's all a bunch of nonsense.
What is reason then, Jimmy?
No reason in what sense? Like the reasoning of the mind?
Yeah, the reasoning of the mind. Mental reasoning.
I don't know. There's a lot of ways to define it. We can put forth any given definition. There's a lot of good ones.
I have a phone call.
But I'm not sure why that's coming up. Is that just a different topic?
No, I think it's directly related. Reason as in the reason you do A over B.
So a motivating reason, right? What motivates the person to?
Pretty sure that's what Brenda's talking about.
Yeah. I mean, that could be any number of things.
Is reason determined?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So everything's determined.
Yes, I'm a determinist. That's correct.
I don't understand what this conversation's about, though.
Apparently, determination is free will, JJ.
What?
Well, it would appear that determination is in fact free will, according to this guy.
I think that's what compatibilists are trying to say.
Oh, for sure.
I have free will, but it's determined. I'm a determinist.
I would
and a
go stronger.
compatibilist.
I would go stronger. I would say that it's meaningless to talk about moral responsibility or freedom of the will without compatibility.
Why? Compatibilism is just gibberish.
No, because
determinism.
on libertarian freedom, there is no inferential basis to hold an agent responsible for their action. Like suppose you have a murderer, right? So,
Right.
And by that we just
I understand that, and I've heard that said many times. I don't think it's true. I think it's really hard to explain, though.
Yeah, I mean, the argument is pretty simple, though. I mean, you just think of a thought experiment. You have someone who's committed a murder, right? Now, you need to establish a motive to hold them guilty for the murder. But the problem is that any motivation you point out is compatible with both the choice to murder the person and the choice not to. So no motivation is going to explain what they've done. And by extension, no action that they commit gives you information about what the person is like. You cannot know their emotions because any emotion they have is compatible with any activity. You can't know anything about their intent or their beliefs because anything they do is compatible with its negation. Agents become incomprehensible.
I think that's pretty strong. Agents become incomprehensible.
Why is that?
Like I just said, if you do not have an inferential connection between an agent's behavior, between what somebody does and what they are like, so that what they do is compatible with completely different desires or emotions or beliefs, or desires or emotions and beliefs are completely compatible with opposite actions, then there's no way to make inferences about what a person is like, what they believe, what they feel, etc., from what they do.
Correct. So what?
Well, the result is that libertarian freedom is incoherent.
I don't know why.
Oh, what's up, Joseph? Good to see you live and kicking, buddy.
Well, I agree that libertarian freedom is incoherent.
For that reason?
I mean, the bigger issue really, I think, comes back to Christianity, and that is if you have, I mean, let's just talk about theism, for example. If you have determinism apart from theism, that is, you don't have a person who's determining reality, then you have skeptical scenarios that undermine knowledge. If you have indeterminism in general, then you have skeptical scenarios that undermine knowledge. If you have Christian theism, then you have good warrant to think that, for example, your cognitive faculties are reliable.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. So if you can consider deterministic and indeterministic alternatives, we could put them in three branches. We could say, on one hand, there's Christian theistic determinism. Then there is non-Christian determinism. We'll say non-theistic. And then we'll say there is indeterminism in general. Well, if indeterminism, then not all facts in the universe are objectively related. There may be things that are just brute facts. There may be spontaneous instances in time. There may be any number of kinds of things which fit under the indeterminist idea of this was not caused by something, or this was not caused by the set of all other things. Reality, then, if you drew this on a diagram, you might have a circle that represents reality, and outside that circle you have all these smaller circles that are sort of these individual brute facts that have an ability to cause things in that broader circle, but are not themselves determined by it. They have no relationship set by it.
Can I ask a question about the determinism and warrant thing?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't say that if a malignant Cartesian demon existed, that you would have good warrant for knowledge or whatever, right?
No, the Cartesian demon seems to rule that out.
Right. So what's the way that you can distinguish between the Cartesian scenario and the Christian theism scenario?
In the Cartesian demon scenario, the Cartesian demon is able to deceive you about basically anything and control your mind, precisely because there is no God in that picture who has created you in such a way that you have an awareness who he is, and in such a way that the very thinking that you do on a daily basis works in terms of the knowledge that you have of that God.
We're trying to sound more epistemic.
Well, what I'm asking though is the Cartesian demon can make you believe all of those things as well. So I'm just wondering what's the way to distinguish between the demon that makes you believe those things and there being a God existing that makes you believe those things.
Yeah, I'm saying the Cartesian demon couldn't give you that knowledge.
Isn't that why?
The whole point of the malignant Cartesian demon is that he's out to deceive you, right?
Wait, you guys are just talking past each other. What Tom means is those beliefs.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, go find a signal, Jovon.
He gives you those beliefs, not knowledge.
But they would be false in order.
It's irrelevant. How do you determine that it's false?
That's a loaded question. The whole point of Christian theism is that it's not an internalist epistemology. You know, not because of your reasoning, not because of your determination of certain things, not because of inferences you make. You know because God has revealed it in nature and in Scripture.
Okay, but somebody could have those exact beliefs, but him being operating in a Cartesian world.
But in order for us to consider that the Cartesian world, those beliefs could not be justified or true.
Why?
I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I'm saying, are you just saying it's because it's true that you can know that it's true?
No, what I'm saying is that my understanding, I mean, you may be using a different idea, and so in that sense, perhaps I misunderstand you, but the malignant Cartesian demon is the idea of this all-powerful deceiver who's out to make you believe false things. And in general, he's out to give you a false picture of the world. Well, he cannot give you then knowledge. He cannot reveal things to you in such a way as to either define your mind, you know these things about reality, that God is there. Right? That's just definitionally true. If he did do that, that would just constitute him not deceiving you, but giving you the ultimate picture of reality, which in this case would be Christian.
Yeah, I don't know. So maybe if I asked it this way, so the demon can make you believe that you have justifications to know for certain the way that you're made or whatever, and on the Christian model, the Christian God can make you have those beliefs as well. So what's the way to differentiate between the two models, given that you're in either?
The difference would be that in the Christian worldview, the beliefs would constitute revelation from God.
Right, they're both revelation from something.
Right, but
they're both
the
given to you
malignant
from
deceiver, right, but the malignant deceiver is out to deceive you, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, so he's only capable of giving you unjustified and false beliefs.
Why?
You have the belief.
Well, he can give you whatever information he wants.
Yeah, Jovon, you have no signal. Total robot. Chum has this.
Oh, that's my bad. It looks like I have a 4.
Right. So let me try to answer it in a different way. From the Christian perspective, that is speaking about this in terms of someone who believes Christian theology. The reason I know it's not possible for there to be a Cartesian demon is precisely because it contradicts the knowledge I have of God, which he's given through revelation.
That just sounds question-begging that you're not living in a Cartesian world.
Well, you would need to demonstrate that that's possible in the first place.
Oh, fuck. Oh, what would the demonstration entail?
And you need to demonstrate your God's possible in the first place.
But that wasn't my claim. My claim wasn't that the Christian God is out there defeating Cartesian demons. I was just saying that given that you have a Christian system, this is the answer. The argument that the Christian God is possible is just that without him, you do not have answers to these kind of skeptical scenarios.
That's not an argument in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, so you just said it's true because I can use it to defeat these philosophical problems. That's what I heard.
I don't see why that's problematic.
I don't see why that's problematic.
Not tied to the truth of the thing that it's useful.
Could you rephrase that?
It's not tied to the truth of A, that it's useful to believe that A.
I'm not talking about usefulness. I'm not sure why. I don't know what that word means.
That's what you just said. You just said it was true because it's useful for you to defeat your opponents.
No, I said it could be used to answer these philosophical problems. And we
That's
take
what it
these
means
to
to be useful.
Where does
Jesus Christ?
No, the point is not that it's useful. I'm not sure why that's difficult to understand. The point that's being made is these philosophical questions are problems raised because of the more fundamental enterprise, which is establishing an answer. How do we know things? What do we know and how do we know? Right? This is the basic question of epistemology. Well, the difficulty is that without knowing the answer to this question, you don't appear to be in a position to debate or argue with other people about what the scope of knowledge entails. Right? Somebody who doesn't know knowledge. What?
This man knows the ultimacy of reality.
No, Claire.
Anyway, so these are not scenarios floating around that we just talk about because they're interesting. The skeptical scenarios arise as a way to see whether we really have an answer. What is knowledge? How do we know we know? What is the scope of our knowledge, etc., etc. So the malignant skeptical Cartesian demon, the brain in the bat, these are all skeptical scenarios that arise from epistemologies, namely the kind of epistemologies like Descartes, where one has to try to get past the egocentric problem of knowledge. That is, how do I get past my thoughts so that every time I'm thinking or believing that I know something, it's not merely just a case of subjectivism.
John, when he said, or am I lagging?
No, Jovon.
John, when he
Hey,
said
Jimmy,
you
can I
have
just
to prove
request,
that
if you have it handy,
possible.
that you
Message,
have a...
post in chat,
Wait,
Jovon.
let me just say the thing
Type in
while
chat.
I'm not lagging.
Oh, fuck.
You're lagging incredibly bad. Just type.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing a way out of the philosophical dilemma minus presupposing God exists and God's done these things. So that's kind of the answer that you gave, even though you acknowledged that on the different models of the alternative options in the malignant model, there would be no way for you to differentiate.
Why would there be no way to differentiate?
Well, I asked you for your defense of that claim because you've said that on the Christian model we have a way, and on the other models we don't. So, like if I were to propose, I asked you, what's the way that you're able to know the difference between the Cartesian and the Christian model, and it just came down to you saying that the Cartesian model can't be correct because you presuppose the Christian model.
No, I said it's incorrect because it contradicts the Christian model.
And you presuppose it. If it contradicted the Christian, like
Truth of the Christian model, yeah.
it contradicting the Christian model is just analytically true. But so you must be presupposing that if you think that that leads you to conclude that.
Well, yeah, it's presupposing the truth of the Christian model.
Yeah, you said, why would a Christian, that is somebody who believes Christian theology, be in a position to say, here's the answer to the skeptical scenario? I don't really see what the difficulty is.
I said,
You just
given
said
that you
because
could
they
be in
don't believe it.
either scenario.
Oh,
how
I
are you
apologize.
to differentiate?
I
Yeah.
apologize. I didn't hear that part. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I would just say, I think the entire issue is that the malignant demon is not something alternative. I mean, rather, skeptical scenarios in that family are something alternative models cannot answer. That is, they cannot answer the egocentric problem of knowledge. But that doesn't seem to be something that even pops up to begin with in Christian epistemology.
You say the problem of God?
No, I did not say the problem of God. I'm not. I said the egocentric problem of knowledge.
Oh, the problem of knowledge. Okay. Well, I just think that knowledge isn't really something that's even worth discussing. Like, knowledge is kind of just a rabbit trail, but I think it's a problem on any kind of view.
I mean, do you know that?
He said
I
he thinks
believe
it.
Okay, but I mean, people believe Santa Claus comes down their chimney at night and gives them presents. So I don't see why that's relevant.
It can be used
But I
to
don't believe
defeat
it
your
just
position.
because it was told to me or because I thought of it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It's not something like Santa Claus because I don't believe it just because it's been told to me.
Okay, but that's an epistemic qualification. So to say that you don't care about knowledge is a misdescription.
I don't understand.
What?
If you're talking about knowledge, there's always room for doubt. So it just doesn't seem like it seems like you're gonna have to get like a really specific specific definition that avoids all of the previous general problems.
I don't. Yeah, I would not agree with that diagnosis of epistemology. I mean, I think any given definition of knowledge is perfectly fine. We can run with it. But I mean, for example, you seem to be taking a more pragmatistic approach. But the problem is not with our definition of knowledge. The problem is that men have assumed that they can approach the question of knowledge independent of God's revelation. That is, they presuppose their autonomy. And in that derives all the failures of epistemology almost entirely.
What?
I don't see are you saying that you assume the truth of God's epistemology or something, and then you have a way of knowing?
No, I wouldn't use the word assume. I'm saying that the problems of epistemology, when we diagnose them properly, I think they go back to the fact that unbelievers believe that they can do epistemology apart from having Christian theology to back it up.
Yeah, we can't do epistemology because we can't do it because
I don't know
because
what
God.
I don't know what saying that does to, because isn't like at the base of what you're talking about just that you have a way of accounting for problems with epistemology, right?
I think that's one benefit of this. Yeah, it's certainly a way that it manifests.
I'm just okay. So you make the claim that you have a way of solving problems with epistemology that are general problems of philosophy. All right, I'd like to hear about that, please.
Yeah, so there is this religion called Christianity. It's been a historic religion. I'm sure you know of it. And on this view, you and I and everyone else in this room are creatures of God, beholden to Him. That is, we are created by Him, and we're born into a universe that is His revelation. It causes us to know who He is and what He demands of us. And the problem is that we are sinners in His sight who refuse to do what He says. And so God has sent a man, Jesus, to die on a cross to save us from our sins. And it's up to us to put faith in Him. Right? So from that perspective, as an example, the fact that we are created by God in His image means that the being who defines everything in the universe, who determines everything that's going on, has given us cognitive faculties that copy Him. We have a way of mimicking Him in our thought. We have a way of thinking about the universe, the way the one who determines the universe.
But you said that He doesn't
thinks
reason.
about it.
Well, I want to wait from the.
Well, Timmy, that's a nice just-so story,
Yeah.
but do you have any reason to take that as true?
But earlier
Yes.
you said that God doesn't have inferences.
I mean,
What do you
Yeah,
mean
that's
distinct?
true. That's true. That's a fair point. Previously, Jimmy, you claimed that God doesn't make inferences.
Essentially, no. In His essence, He does not have inferential knowledge. I believe that God chooses to participate in this world. And so God chooses to, for example, take on a human nature.
Is that choice determined?
No.
Oh, fuck. Also, Jimmy, is that faith that people are supposed to have in Jesus, is that determined?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Well, the
And
upshot.
for,
Go ahead. So the upshot
go
I
ahead,
get.
Brent.
So the upshot I get from this is basically, we humans are not free in our autonomy. We can't be considered autonomous beings, and so we simply have to obey. And whatever God says is simply. It doesn't matter if we contradict ourselves, like you've been contradicting yourself in here. We just obey, and that's all you can do. Is just it's an authoritarian epistemology. Our duty as creatures is to obey.
Sounds like something a Cartesian demon would say.
I think that's fine rhetoric and all, but as far as an argument goes, all epistemologies are authoritarian. All epistemologies are going to have criteria principles and objects that you use as sources of belief that you consider higher sources than another. And really, I mean, for the egocentric problem of knowledge, the problem is how do you get beyond treating yourself as an authority such that as a result, you end up just equivocating your own thoughts with knowledge, your own opinions with knowledge.
See, that's the problem. You think that authority is what makes things true.
Not in abstract, no, that's not what I said.
Yeah, that's exactly what you just said. We treat ourselves as our own authority, right?
Yes,
No?
authority
Right.
in the sense that there is, we can treat ourselves as a reliable source of true belief.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. That's not how reason works. Reason isn't authoritarian.
Would you like to give an example of that?
Yeah, 2 + 2 isn't 4 because either some authority told me so, or because I considered myself as an authority. 2 + 2 = 4 because it equals 4.
Well, we're asking the question, how do you know 2 + 2 = 4?
I know it because I can show that I can prove it.
How would you prove that 2 + 2 = 4?
I just make the relevant inferences.
How does God know?
How do you know that you're capable of making right inferences?
It's not hard.
How does
Well,
God know?
You may think it's not hard, but I don't see that as a legitimate.
How do you exactly know if you're making correct inferences there?
Because God has revealed that He's created human beings.
How do you know you're making correct inference when you say that?
I didn't say that.
How does God know that 2 + 2 = 4?
God, godless girl. He says that God doesn't make inferences.
What the fuck? So God doesn't have knowledge then?
That's a different topic. No, I mean the
It's
idea
not a
that all
different to-
knowledge
It's
is
not a
inferential
different topic. It's the same topic.
The idea that all knowledge is inferential is self-refuting. But
All
as far as-
knowledge is inferential and self-refuting.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Is that something you have knowledge of?
Wait, what's the contradiction, Jimmy Stevens?
The contradiction is that if knowledge is inherently inferential, then you know something to the degree that you have a premise or a set of premises that entail or to the extent that you have a set of premises that justify your belief. Would you agree that that's what we mean by inference?
Yeah, fine. So what? Does God
so,
not?
So either we have an inferential basis for that criterion itself, or we do not. If we do not, then inferentialism of that kind means that we can't have knowledge at all. And if we do have an inferential basis for it,
that doesn't follow.
then if we do have an inferential basis for that kind of inferentialism, then it begs the question.
Doesn't follow. Non sequitur, sir.
All right. Well, anyways, Paul, to your question, how do I know? The question is loaded. You're assuming that the way that I know I can trust God's revelation is that I examine it, I test it, I look at it, I make conclusions about it.
How does God know?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to Paul.
So how does God know?
Yeah, hold on. I'll get to that question. But Paul asked me a question first. But to answer Paul's question, yeah, it's being assumed.
You respond to her first.
It's being assumed. What?
She asked you a question after him, but then you responded to her first.
Oh, I made the comment that inferentialism of the kind that Godless Girl is talking about is self-refuting.
So you just called on another claim instead of answering other questions?
You didn't
But you
derive a
can't-
contradiction. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
you
look,
didn't.
Say inferentialism is true, right? I don't think that's the correct terminology, but let's just grant for the sake of argument that inferentialism is true. Well, if it's true, it's not that you can derive a contradiction, it's that you couldn't know inferentialism is true, but it doesn't follow from that inferentialism is contradictory. It just follows that you can't know that inferentialism simpliciter. That doesn't mean that there's some contradiction implied. If inferentialism is true, you haven't derived a contradiction, so you haven't shown that it's self-defeating.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that it was. I mean, there is a more contradiction results, but all I said was that it's self-refuting. It does refute itself because we're looking for beliefs for which we have justification. Well, if we don't have justification for inferentialism, it doesn't matter.
You're just look. You haven't shown how anything is self-defeating. You just keep making assertions.
I mean, I would just characterize that claim in the same way.
Well, look. When someone says something is self-defeating, everybody means that it entails a contradiction.
No, I don't think that that's true. I think it is. There are many examples.
What the loving fuck?
There are many examples. There are many examples where philosophers have argued that something is self-refuting. And what they mean is that if it is true, then there's no reason to believe it. And so there's good reason to believe that
What
it's false.
self-defeating means is the truth of the proposition shows that the truth of the proposition is false. That's how it defeats itself. That's what self-defeating means. When you say I mean, you could use like an example of like a paradox or something, right? Like you can use an example of the grandfather's paradox to show something self-defeating, or to say that I believe that I don't have a mind. That's self-defeating, because if I believe that I don't have a mind, then in order to believe that, I would have to have a mind. So that shows that I don't have a mind, right? Those are examples of things like that are self-defeating. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. Like, you just have some sort of proprietary notion of self-defeating where it just seems to me like it means like you don't like it or something.
I don't know how you could get that interpretation, but again, many philosophers. I mean, are you familiar?
I don't care. Look, I don't care about what philosophy. Just tell me the analysis that you think applies for self-defeating. What do you think self-defeating?
Well, I said self-refuting, not self-defeating, but I gave
either way, self-refuting. Just tell me what it means.
Yeah, it just means it undermines belief in whatever proposition we're talking about. There's either there's no reason to believe it, or there's reason not to believe it. And I would just take it that if it is entailed by the belief.
Anytime you believe something that's false, that you have that there exist reasons that you're unaware of to believe that it's false, then that position is self-defeating?
No, what I'm saying is that if the proposition entails that there's no reason to believe it, then that is itself a good reason to disbelieve it.
That
that's
doesn't
not
make any
controversial.
sense.
But it's true. Why would you not believe it?
What? No, I just said if the proposition
Isn't it being true a good reason to believe it?
How can something be true if it entails that there's no reason to believe it?
What the fuck?
Well, you said if it's true, there's no reason to believe it.
No, that's not what I said. I said if
Yeah,
a
that's
proposition entails that there's no reason to believe it.
Yeah, that's what it means to be self-defeating.
That's what I said, but that's what Josh is taking issue with.
No.
I
I didn't say self-refuting. I said self-refuting. In philosophy, there's a distinction to be made between self-stultifying.
But if it's true, don't you think
finish a sentence,
being true a good reason to believe a thing?
If I could finish the sentence. Yeah.
Don't you think that being true is a good reason to believe it?
There's a distinction between self-stultifying propositions and directly self-contradictory propositions, or indirectly self-contradictory propositions. You can make that distinction, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, we can, if Josh wants to take umbrage with using the words self-refuting, we can just call it self-relieving, we can call it bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. It doesn't matter. But the concept there is problematic because you have a belief that undermines itself.
What was it you said, Jimmy, that was self-defeating or self-refuting, whichever you said?
I said that believing that all knowledge is inferential is self-refuting.
How?
Because either you have a basis of inference for that belief, but that basis of inference will assume that belief and so be question-begging. Or you don't have an inferential basis for that belief, in which case you can't know it. In which case, that belief entails that it is either a question-begging belief or an unknowable belief. Which would Josh prefer?
So you think that question begging is self-refuting or something?
It's fallacious, right? I mean,
What are you
if you think
calling
we can get
self-refuting
knowledge,
then?
You said self-refuting.
yeah, if if a belief entails that you have to beg the question to get to it, is that not self-refutation?
No. It's
I mean,
self-affirming.
there's a lot of philosophers who think so, but okay.
No, they don't. Who? No philosopher thinks that something that is self-affirming is self-refuting.
Sure, look up. There's an article on transcendental arguments by.
It would just be trivially true, right?
Well, you don't have to beg the question to get there. You can just hold it axiomatically.
That's the fallacy of subjectivism.
What? What's
Oh,
that fallacy?
you commit the fallacy of subjectivism?
No.
You hold God as an axiom.
No, I talked to Tom about that when I first came in. I do not prefer the word axiom. I think it's misleading.
Yeah, you don't prefer it, but that's what you do, right? You presuppose God.
No, the presuppose and assume mean two different things. Presuppose means you have a belief that is a precondition for something else. Usually we have knowledge in mind.
Isn't that the
you
same as
presuppose,
assuming?
you assume that God exists, and you go from there.
No, assume often, though not always, means that you believe something without a reason, or that you believe something without a basis.
What?
But I've never said I believe
No,
that.
it's without justification. Is that what you mean?
Sure, you can put it that way.
Yeah, what? And you presuppose God with what justification?
His revelation.
Why do you presuppose it?
No.
That's not
You just
presupposing
went
then.
backwards, bro. You just went backwards.
I don't understand what going backwards there means.
Why do you presuppose?
You start presupposing if you say that that's God's revelation.
I don't know what you mean by that. Like I'm just assuming it.
You're starting from the point that this is God's revelation. That's starting from the point that God exists.
You'd have to presuppose God to base the presupposition of God
Again,
on God's revelation.
The misunderstanding here is that you're thinking an inference is being made. It's not. The belief.
I don't think so.
If you got an inference, you're not presupposing it. You're not presupposing it's inferential.
You must presuppose God if there's going to be revelation from God.
Correct.
Why?
Oh no.
Okay,
Oh, no.
Presuppose there's no God and then get some revelation from God. Go for it.
No, that's a false dichotomy.
It wasn't a dichotomy.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, yes, if somebody makes an objection to my point of view and it's a fallacy, that matters.
No, there's no dichotomy. You just suggested that you presuppose there's no God and then go with God's revelation.
Yeah, that's not
a dichotomy wasn't presented.
If you presuppose that just assumes a different epistemology than the one I'm putting forth. The entirety of the epistemology that I'm putting forth is this: that the reason we have knowledge, first and foremost, is because God has made himself known to man. So the idea of having beliefs prior to God giving you beliefs about himself, and that act itself justifying them, that's a different epistemology. You're no longer talking about the epistemology that I'm putting forth.
You're still presupposing God for God to be able to make himself known to people.
You're using presuppose there in a sense that I think you mean it badly, but I don't understand why.
Because you keep coming to what you say is a stop, but it's not a stop. It's presuppositions. And then when we ask you about that presupposition, you go to another presupposition, and then you go to another presupposition, and you say you're not making presuppositions.
No, I didn't. I did not say that the reason I know this or that is because I believe something. I said that the reason I believe that is because there is this reality out there called revelation.
Hi, Floyd.
So
How do you get revelation without presupposing God?
Let's let Floyd go one-on-one with Jimmy.
Is he here?
Yes, he is. Yes, he just got here, and we're harnessing him up and whipping him to work right away.
That's true.
Yeah, it's good to see Floyd around.
Danny's back.
How's it going, Floyd?
Good. Is that Jimmy Stevens? Is Jimmy Stevens here?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah. Hi, Jimmy. We haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time. How are you? I don't think we ever really knew what each other was doing. I remember you being very interested in like ancient Near Eastern studies the last time I was talking to you, but that was years ago.
Yeah. I still am. And I still study anything centered around biblical history. That's what my main focus is.
Yeah. Good to see you're still interested in that. You still have the same approach to the Bible as when last we spoke?
Yeah, I think so. Right now I'm studying more influences on Hebrew origins, like the Sumerian and Ugaritic origins of the Israelites, so forth.
Nice. So, what leads you to think that? I think it was your position when we were last talking that Jesus is not in fact God, for example. What leads you to think that the Bible was not this inspired story about a God-man?
Right? Why Jesus isn't God? Well. Well, that question. Well, I'm trying to unpack that question.
No, it's a big question.
Yeah, I mean that kind of assumes God exists, and also that we have reliable information on Jesus. But
yeah, let's go. I guess I'm trying to jump to like a starting point for that kind of conversation, right? So, like,
I guess if you're looking for a strong reason why I think we shouldn't consider Jesus, I don't know, the Messiah or a divine being or someone we should follow in general. I guess the best argument, or I guess the most immediate argument I would offer is that throughout the New Testament, it claims that Jesus would return in the generation of the New Testament writers. So therefore, since it didn't happen, it would make the New Testament writers false prophets based off of the Old Testament criteria for what a prophet is.
No, preterism is true, Floyd. It did happen.
Well, I guess I would like to hear an argument for
well, I mean,
preterism.
the sacking of Judea by Titus Flavius. I mean, that was basically. I mean, even down to the day, 40 years.
Yeah, how can we interpret that as a coming of Christ, where the pastoral and Pauline epistles talk about Christ coming to communities outside of Jerusalem?
I think the argument needs a stronger support post than that, because the conclusion, the claim is not being made that we don't know, or maybe can't know, that Jesus returned. And by that I mean that we don't know how he returned, but the claim is being made that he did not return at all, right?
Right. I mean, you're supposed to be the first fruits of the general resurrection, and that didn't happen unless you accept perhaps the resurrection of the saints at the end of the Matthew Gospel. But then again, that was just a relatively small resurrection to a general resurrection. And significant amount of New Testament scholars, even conservative ones like Michael O'Connor, believe that that event was considered to be apocalyptic imagery. But I guess you have to decide whether or you are a full preterist, partial preterist, a post-millennialist, a premillennialist, an amillennialist, and so forth. So there's many different positions you can take on that. But I think the clearest interpretation of the New Testament around Jesus's return was that he would return personally, on the clouds of heaven, so to speak, within the generation of the New Testament writers.
So what do you think of interpreters that do not think generation there refers to the people surrounding?
Yeah, so Gene, consider it to be perhaps not generation, but race or a group of people and so forth. I would defer to Bible scholars and Koine Greek scholars, and one I would appeal to is Daniel Wallace, who is a very conservative New Testament scholar who basically has written the book, the academic book on biblical Greek, and he agrees with me that the correct interpretation should be generation, and I don't think it would make much sense if taken in any context. Nor is any other translation of the Bible translates that Greek word into anything but generation. I do have a more detailed argument of that, of this very debate I had with G-Man. If you want to watch that, it's on my channel and G-Man's channel, where I deal with that very issue.
Is there any portion where it's just you talking? But joking aside,
well, it is a PowerPoint presentation, so if you just want to get to that part, you could just fast forward through it and get to that part where it's on my PowerPoint.
I'm mostly just making a jab at G-Man, but
let's look for Daniel Wallace.
Yeah, well, so
guys, sorry to interrupt, but can we talk about the priest who just talked about, like, Floyd,
that was
Right. Okay. So let's continue talking about the precept.
Yeah, let's leave it with Floyd and Jimmy, I think.
Okay, Floyd, can you save us from that and just talk about precept, please?
Sorry, Jovon, you're roboting really bad.
Yeah, can we get back to the precept business? That would be nice.
I don't really care. Honestly. I mean, that's what I was doing. I was discussing biblical, but if you guys want to talk about a different portion of it,
I still never got an answer to my question.
What was that?
Yeah, I think it came down to how do you know things at the end of the day?
Yeah, so the starting point for revelational epistemology, the thing that gives humans first knowledge, and that gives them knowledge that contextualizes everything else they know, and gives them the ability to know everything else they know, is the knowledge that they have of God in virtue of his self-revealing acts in creation.
And how do you know that?
Well, the object of knowledge there is the thing being described. That is, when if you think about it in terms of an analogy, if I point at Revelation and say, hey, that's the thing that's causing me to know, and you say, well, how do you know? Right? Well, I've just pointed to you out the thing that causes me to answer your question.
Well, no, that doesn't mean you know it. It just means you believe it. Sorry, Floyd, on you go.
Yeah, well, that's the ontology of his worldview. That's what makes up everything, basically.
Yeah, sure, but how does he know this? I mean, he's pointing to this thing and saying, "I know it," but how does he know it? You can't just say because the thing's making me know it. I mean, that's how does he know that?
That's just.
Yeah, I'll let Jimmy answer. I would assume it's that he presupposes it. I mean, that's a starting point of his worldview, right?
Well, I think the question is loaded. I think it's being assumed that there's an inferential kind of justification going on where I have, maybe the thought is I have this experience of God's revelation, and then from that I conclude or come to the interpretation that, oh, this God exists and this is what he's like. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's an immediate belief. There's an exchange between me and God in which I don't reason at all. I don't have any mediation of the mind. It's not like I'm remembering something. It's not like I'm reasoning to this conclusion. It's just immediately put there as a result of God's acts of creation and revelation.
Okay, so you're not accepting it as true then?
No, I am accepting it true. Why would I not?
Well, accepting something as true is a thought process. It's a reasoning process.
I would not agree.
Floyd, what do you think?
Well,
I mean, it just sounds like he's just saying that he has knowledge. Are you going, is knowledge JTB to you?
I don't.
I don't see it. Jimmy, are you saying that it's a justified? It's justified, or it's just something that you just think it's a presupposition? It's just part of your ontology, which you reason from, and you don't need to, and you don't justify that itself. It's just a presupposition that you start with. Would that be accurate in your view?
I can't tell. I would say that it is justified. I would just say that the justification is not being provided by my mind. It's not being provided by my ability to think really well or to remember things very clearly. The justification is provided in the exchange itself.
So you're appealing to an externalist justification.
That's correct. Yeah, it's definitely an externalist theory of knowledge.
Okay, but why is that particular justification the one you've chosen and not another one?
So I'm not trying to be rude, but that too seems to me like a loaded question, right? Like I didn't always believe this. I didn't just randomly one day decide I was going to choose to believe revelational epistemology. I've always been a Christian, and the more I studied, or rather when I went to college, it really hit home to me how unbiblical some of my philosophical beliefs were. And I came to studying scripture more and started to read Van Til, and so came to the conclusion that revelational epistemology is true, which is synonymous with saying I came to realize that this entire time I had been coming to know things, while I thought it had been because I was lucky or smart or just experienced the right things. In reality, while all of those might be immediately true of some situations, I couldn't have known any of that stuff. All of my knowledge was contingent upon knowing who God is, knowing something of what he is like as my creator and as the creator of the world.
I don't think that really answered my question, did it?
And as a Calvinist, you didn't choose God, right? He chose you.
Yes, but I think that's dangerous to say, because it could be misunderstood, the distinction between God electing people to have salvific knowledge versus God electing people to be really smart theologians. And Calvinism is not making a comment on the latter. And neither am I saying I'm a smart theologian. I'm just saying I've been convinced of this theological viewpoint. I think it's right. And so as far as why did I choose to have this belief, I just think that's the wrong way to word it. I didn't one day randomly decide to choose to have this belief. I was persuaded that this is true.
But how do you know it's actually true? Do you have some kind of argument? I mean, do you have any resources to say it's actually true, and that's just our story?
Yeah, so earlier when I was talking to Crazy White Boy, it came up that in epistemology, there are these problems. One of them is the problem of skepticism, and a particular family of skeptical problems are derived from the egocentric problem of knowledge, which is this. How do I construe knowledge in such a way that I do not confuse my own thoughts with knowledge? That is,
sorry, go on.
How do I construe my ability to reason and think and have knowledge in such a way that I do not just amount to reducing knowledge to my own beliefs, my own thought, etc.?
I mean, that may be a legit problem, but that doesn't answer the question, how do you know that your revelation is true, actually?
Yeah, so in regards to that problem, I think Christian theism vindicates that it provides man's epistemology, that it provides the answer to knowledge.
I understand you have this story, but how do you know it's actually true?
Again, that's what I'm trying to point out with this skeptical problem. I'm saying, look, we can sort of think of this as a bar that needs to be hopped. Epistemologies that do not get over this bar don't work. They fail as theories of knowledge. Christianity gets over the bar.
I don't see how. I mean, you haven't given me.
But it's only getting over the bar because you're asserting it's going over the bar. That's all. That assertion doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean, you're asking him to justify one is, you're asking, how do you know your epistemology can lead to knowledge? I mean, you have to use your epistemology to do that. I mean, the best you can do is appeal to your ontology, but then you have to use your epistemology to know your ontology is real. So I mean, it's a circle, but you can ask that of any worldview. So I don't think it's.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's a useful question, really.
I'm curious if like blameworthiness is also wrapped up in Jimmy's soteriology, where like if it is the case that you are not elect, right, and there is some sort of like epistemic element that some people don't obtain, they can also be responsible for that. What's his position on doxastic involuntarism, Jimmy? If you want to go on that.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating, kind of a tragic topic to me. So I think Romans 1 really answers that problem. Paul goes over Paul is introducing the gospel, saying that it's all for all men, but in order to explicate that, he brings up the problem. Yeah, the wrath of God is being revealed against all men, and as he begins to describe this wrath, he gives this account where human beings are not being, contra being held responsible for something they have no relationship with. God is revealing his wrath to human beings who suppress knowledge that they've been given. Right? Paul describes human creatures as having a God who shows his existence to them, but then they continually reject that and worship idols in its place.
Oh, wait a minute. But wait a minute. So I was asking you about specifically doxastic and involuntarism, and it seems to me that you're arguing for doxastic voluntarism. That means to say that, like, freely created creatures choose these beliefs, and it's in virtue of their lack of belief or their belief that's antagonistic to God that they're condemned. Do I have that right?
I'm not. It'd be easier if I could read that, but let me see if I can't rephrase that a little bit. So, with respect to involuntarism, I would be a voluntarist about faith. I think that's an example of a belief state that is not. I believe it's an example of a belief state that's directly caused by choice or directly caused by the will.
But your own choice or an external choice?
Your own choice, yes.
Okay.
But with respect to belief in God, I think, as far as I understand how doxastic involuntarism relates to my epistemology, my point of view is human beings can be held epistemically blameworthy for their denial of God, precisely because he has made himself known to them.
So I'm forgive me, but that's begging the question.
How so?
I'm asking you about election of belief, and you're saying I'm asking you how election of belief occurs, and you're saying that people are blameworthy in virtue of their rejection of it.
Are you a 5-point Calvinist? Because it sounds like what you just said contradicts like irresistible grace and unconditional election.
Can we, Floyd, just real quick, because I think this is important. Like, I want to make a distinction here between like a person themselves choosing the belief and being blameworthy in virtue of that choice, and their belief being elected by some external force. So could we cash that out real quick?
Yeah, so I would say what they're blameworthy for is not merely having the belief. What they're blameworthy for is the suppressing of the belief they're given. Right? They have knowledge that they are then rejecting.
But that's kind of weird, right? Like, because to say like I have knowledge of something that I'm rejecting, right? It means that I would have to know epistemically something that I like reject. And I'm not sure that that's the case. Is there like a sound or whatever argument for that? Because
that
hasn't been done.
Well, it has. So Bonson's my mind draws a blank. Bonson's dissertation was on this topic of self-deception and how human beings can come to have a belief where second-order beliefs both contradict the first-order belief and provide a practical ground for covering it up in conscious life.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, so I mean, he begins that article with tons of examples, and I don't actually remember any of them except one. In The Iceman Cometh, there is a murder scenario, if I remember correctly, and as the character that it's written about comes to the realization that he's murdered someone, he realizes, like, oh yeah, I've been hiding this the whole time. Like I've just been fooling myself. I didn't want to believe this, and so I didn't acknowledge it.
Yeah, so this is a view of like phenomenal conservatism, right? That epistemic justifiers are a thing, right? That, like, for us it seems to be the case, therefore it justifies our epistemic positions. Is that right?
I don't think it's indifferent to that. Like, you certainly could interpret it that way. I wouldn't take that approach. I would just say that I think the person builds. I think the person is motivated to interpret facts and their own mental states in such a way that the original state of knowledge that they have is buried.
But see, that's a different thing, right? Like, so when you say like that person is like motivated to do that, like for me, I have these views of the world that like I don't believe that I internally motivate these views. Like, what is the reason, or what is the argument for how somebody like is internally causing their beliefs?
But they're internally. I don't know that the person internally causing their beliefs. I'm not sure that. I see what you're saying. I think that in the same way that someone who believes, I'm trying to think of an example. Suppose someone is a student of Aristotle, right? And so they're under the persuasion that Aristotle's arguments against dialetheism are good. And later on, they come to experience cognitive dissonance because some philosopher comes along and says, you know, there may be good arguments against dialetheism, but Aristotle's arguments weren't actually very good. And they do a good job of demonstrating why. Right? And now that person is kind of in this uncomfortable scenario where he was under, he's been interpreting logic and inference, something that he practices on a daily basis, under Aristotle's view, and now he has to deal with, oh wow, like every inference I've ever made may be happening under a completely different system of thought. There may be errors here and there just because of that. And I would use that as an analogy and say the only big difference I see there between that person and an unbeliever is that in the unbeliever's case, it's not just a mistake that they're persuaded by Aristotle, but they actually make this choice to, oh, I want to turn away from God. I do not like him. I hate him. I hate the fact that I'm subject to him.
Yeah. So the issue, so the issue that I have here is that it seems like we're switching back and forth between like an epistemic justification and some sort of like pragmatic justification, or like something beyond the epistemic, and we're deferring to something like intuition. And so what I'm asking for specifically is an epistemic justification. Well, I understand you to take would it be a misrepresentation of your view to say that phenomenal conservatism is the case? Right? The seemings are justifiers. Like I have an intuition. It seems to me to be the case. So I'm like rational.
I'm pretty
in viewing.
I'm pretty agnostic about that. I'm open to phenomenal conservatism, but I haven't looked into externalist responses to it, so I'm not really sure. Also, it seems to me that seemings are kind of a dangerously ambiguous term. I've never seen them defined very well.
Yeah, I agree. And so like when we say that, and you'll forgive my ignorance because we might be going like way back on this, but I want to get clear on a few things. When you say that you like believe in God, it's in virtue of what you believe in God?
I think it's in virtue of his act of self-revelation. So you could kind of think of it in two ways primarily. In one sense, it involves him creating my mind. If you want to make a programming analogy, you could say that the software of my brain is running on the basic program that has knowledge of God, language in it. Right? The very psychology that I have is constituted by a knowledge of God. But then in another way, that knowledge is constantly followed up in my in the realm of my experience. I'm constantly experiencing things that, by way of analogy, are kind of an expressionist cause of knowledge. That is, in the same way that you can kind of get a sense for an artist through their media, so also when you experience God's creation, it's kind of a mediator of what the artist is like. It tells you what's
Now that's interesting. That's interesting because it, to me, that seems like almost empirical, right? Like I can read the intentions or the evidence for a thing by observing it, right? And so I take that to be phenomenal conservatism. Like I take like seemings as justifiers to be a problem. And so like when you say something like I'm observing this thing that it's necessarily built into my observation of this thing that it exists. I take that to be an unstated assumption. I take it to be unjustified. I take it to be something that you just like yourself are like presupposing.
I guess I'm confused there. Like, why would you take it that way?
Could you please move out of the war zone?
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry. So I guess I would just express that I'm confused by that. Like, you're saying you would have a problem with this. I'm unaware of what the problem is with thinking that this view of revelation doesn't involve justification at all. I mean, maybe
so like my awareness of like like my awareness or my phenomenal conservatism that I am standing on ground or whatever, I don't think that it necessarily entails by that there exists the kind of God that I think you want to proffer. Right? Is there a reason to believe that that's the case?
Yeah. So I think that when we analyze things like, for example, the reliability of our cognitive faculty, presumably you think that if your eyes were, or excuse me, if your skin was burnt, for example, you might have trouble feeling the ground that you're on, or you might think that you have some kind of psychological disease that distorts your ability to think about your experience as well, and so you might miss a lot of data in the first place, but you also might misdescribe other things, misidentify. So I think that when you look at that, like you can see, oh, okay, Christianity gives this account of why we have a default cognitive reliability, and it seems that it seems that alternative views don't have that open to them.
Yeah, and this is the idea that like our cognitive faculties are have been like corrupted through sin or whatever.
Well, no. So what I'm trying to, that seems to be a different point, right? So on the Christian view, sin certainly does explain why we have default reliability, but also there's all this error that's rampant. Yeah. But the point I'm actually making is different. What I'm saying is a reason to think that Christianity is true. And so, in fact, every fact that we are running into is, you could say God is analytical to it. That is, you can't think of a tree without thinking of it as God's tree, or you can't think of you can have a meaningful experience of the ground without thinking of it as God's created ground, or something like that.
You'll have to forgive me, and I beg your patience, but when you say something like, when I think of a truth, like I can't think of it as God's truth, is that what you said?
Oh, no. What I'm saying is a reason why you would believe that facts like trees, experiencing a tree, experiencing the ground, like you mentioned earlier, a reason you might believe that those experiences are analytically connected to God, that is, they're just experiences of God's creation conceptually, is if you think that Christianity, that view, provides a sufficient epistemology, and outside of that view, a sufficient... Oh, go ahead.
And just to be clear here, you're not espousing some sort of like divine conceptualism, like the tree exists in God's mind, and it's in virtue of that I have this conception of a tree?
I'm not a divine conceptualist, but I wouldn't disagree with that language exactly. I would just cash it out very differently than, like, we can use that for reference if you want to use that kind of language. That's fine with me. As long as there's the caveat that, like, I don't think a tree pre-exists trees in the sense that it was eternally in God's mind. But yeah, God has had in mind trees in the sense that he plans them.
So it seems to be like what we're doing here is making a distinction about like how we as freely created creatures are like the limits that we have epistemically, right? It seems like we're making a distinction between like what we can know and what we just define to be the case. Would you agree with that?
I don't. So I would agree that you're on the right topic. Like that is exactly the sort of thing, or rather, that is exactly the sort of way or level of conceptual analysis that we're at. That when you talk about a tree for this kind of epistemology, there's no way to get behind a fact being related to God. Like it's just inherent to it. But I would not agree with the idea that that there's things that are definitions like that we don't know, or that there's some dichotomy to be made between definitions and knowledge. Does that make sense? Like, am I answering your question, or am I misunderstanding it?
Perhaps we could talk about why you think other worldviews are have a insufficient epistemology.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. Let me just get to the last bit of this question, and then Floyd, you can take over because I really do have to get off mic. Is it your view, Necessitarian, that our beliefs or the things that we know about the tree are contingent on God, right? And to me, it seems to follow that like if God has knowledge about us and our beliefs are contingent on him, that it seems that like there's some like loop here where like there is a thing apart from God, if we want to maintain a creator creation distinction, that is to say God's knowledge is contingent on us and our knowledge of creation. I'm gonna ask that, and then I gotta jump off because I really do gotta get off mic. It's yours, Floyd, after this.
Wow, I'm straining to understand the loop here. Could you rephrase that really quickly? Maybe in a different way, Michael?
Sure. So like we want to say that, pardon the fireworks. So we want to say that God is necessary, right? And that all parts of God are necessary. We don't want to be open theists and say that God's knowledge are necessary because God's beliefs have to be necessary. And we want to cash this out in some way, shape, or form, right? But if he has beliefs on contingent creatures, it seems to me entailed by that at least some of his beliefs are contingent, and that would commit oneself to open theism. And I wanted to get your view on that.
Yeah. So there's a couple things here that I want to change. I'm trying to think if I can do this quickly. So I think in the first place, I think we're mistaken to think about God's thoughts as beliefs. Like I think God's knowledge not in his humanity, like not in the incarnation, or not in his condescension, but as we talk about God as the pre-existent creator, that knowledge he has in and of himself, that does not consist of beliefs. It's not even propositional. I would just say that it's an exhaustive self-consciousness. He's just totally aware of everything that he is. It's as if he in one act.
Shit. I have to interject here because
Go
I've
ahead,
been waiting
please.
to ask you this for a long time.
Yeah.
So the idea is also this too, is that God, if God doesn't have beliefs are arrived at either through some like non-inferential or inferential process, and that we don't understand God to have knowledge in the same kind of sense that humans have knowledge, doesn't that mean that God has knowledge plus, or some sort of like schmolledge, or that his like he doesn't have like beliefs because none of him can be contingent? But that it's just to say that he's like aware, like he's not a rational creature because of his knowledge of all the true propositions. This is a William Lane Craig kind of thing that I'm sort of like I might be projecting it onto your view, but I wanted to ask you if you included that in your view.
No, totally. I totally understand where you're coming from. No, yeah. So I take it. It's hard to find my approach in philosophy articles and journals, but the idea is that God has this self-awareness. You're right. We can't possess that, and we can't experience that. The only way that we can talk about it, the only reason it isn't ineffable, is because when God goes to create the world, when he goes to design it, part of making that choice is the choice to accommodate himself to the world. Now, unlike William Lane Craig, that doesn't mean that God becomes in time. What it means is that God adds or takes on a secondary nature. God is taking on to himself, for example, in the incarnation, a human nature. In the Old Testament, God took on the nature of a flaming pillar or a burning cloud. There's all these examples of God popping up, if you will, in the world. And I think that idea of Christ, of God becoming incarnate, of God taking on these creaturely properties, for example, beliefs, is what he does. He doesn't stop having this pre-existent knowledge that is of a categorically different kind, but the very idea of creation is that in our having beliefs, in our reasoning, in our knowledge, there is a way in which that sort of mimics God on a lower level, right? So we're like you said, like as God has knowledge plus, we have knowledge minus, and it's because of God's original archetypal knowledge that we can have this manufactured copy that doesn't have all the say benefits of the original. So I would say that with Craig, and I think Craig would actually agree, but we would just cash this out differently. Yeah, God does know all propositions. God does have beliefs, but only because he first of all doesn't. Those are things that he takes on by entering creation. And he doesn't ever stop being outside of creation when he enters it.
Sorry, I was just made aware that like I intruded on Floyd's conversation. So if you could get back to discussion with them, I apologize to both of you.
No, those are all good questions. Not mine at all.
Take care, Mike.
You too, friend.
So I guess Jimmy talked about other worldviews. Epistemology seems to be lacking in some sort. Can you comment more on that?
Yeah, so I think a really efficient way to look at that, there are many people in my camp, Floyd, have argued something like that. And I think a really efficient way is just to look at the perfections of God as systematic theology has listed them. So, for example, as far as how your I think first you and I would agree, but this might need to be spelled out that, as you pointed out earlier, your metaphysic corroborate with your epistemology. If you have a metaphysic that undermines knowledge, like if you have if you teach that there's this Cartesian demon running around, surely you have some kind of solution to that in your metaphysic as well, because otherwise it doesn't seem like that leaves it open for you to know that metaphysic is true. It undermines your knowledge. Would you agree that that's like a fair preface?
Yeah, so if you believe that you had a Cartesian demon within your ontology, that you would have to be skeptical about that belief, because the Cartesian, the demon could be, you'd be presupposing that exists to even know that demon exists. You'd be presupposing that you had knowledge of the demon to make such a statement. That's what you're getting at?
Exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
So the problem is you have a conflict there between your metaphysic and your epistemology. So we want the opposite of that. We don't want a metaphysic that conflicts with our epistemology. We want our ontology and our theory of knowledge to corroborate. They need to be consistent, cohesive. They need to help each other stand up.
Right.
And I think a way of seeing that unbelieving metaphysics do the opposite, that is, they undermine epistemologies, is to see whether they have a character in their metaphysical story that is comparable to God. So I think we can look at the properties of God as Christian systematic theology has listed them, and say, hey, do you have a being who's like this? I think of, for example, because if I remember correctly, for a while you held to some type of evolutionary reliabilism, or something like that. I don't know if you still do, but I think
yes.
Okay, so I think naturalism, I would have to agree with Bonson that it's kind of the sitting duck, because there's no personal design behind the universe at all. The universe is, as Dawkins would put it, cold indifference. And that seems to leave knowledge up to what has been poorly described as chance. I think it's better just said that there's really no explanation as to why we would expect knowledge to occur in that metaphysic. It's something that you have to believe, or rather, let me be more specific. Belief in knowledge for a naturalist is something that you have despite your naturalism and not because of it.
Well, would you say that your God is necessary or just sufficient for knowledge?
That's sticky. So I think ultimately that distinction falls apart, and for this reason. We're talking about the concept of the universe we have, in virtue of which we can know things. Right? Like if I didn't have some kind of self-awareness, I wouldn't be able to think the way that I do. I wouldn't be able to ask questions about my own existence. We wouldn't be having this conversation. It's in virtue of these. It's in virtue of this knowledge I have about myself and my relation to the world that these things become possible. Do you think that that's fair?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So the difficulty is here we have in mind not something that is by happenstance a precondition of walking around and talking with Floyd, for example, and having self-awareness. We're talking about the precondition. We're talking about our ultimate concept of the universe. That intellectual and heart commitment that we have, which makes our entire life meaningful. Right? We're just, as like Clauser might put it, we're talking about that thing in the widest sense of thing, which makes all things hang together in the widest sense of hang together. And so when we talk about that, it's not as if we could have something that was sufficient but unnecessary. On the one hand, if it were merely sufficient but unnecessary, then it wouldn't be sufficient, because we're talking about the necessary precondition of things hanging together. And on the other hand, if it were unnecessary, or excuse me, if it were insufficient, then obviously it wouldn't be necessary. So you have to have both. It has to be the one and only, if you will. If it were anything other than that, then we would just. It would be like talking about the rooms that are in a house, and I'm saying, hey, let's talk about the nature of the house such that it can have rooms. And someone goes to describe how you can think about it this way or that way. Well, he would really just be describing rooms, not the house. He would be describing windows or other factors about the house, right? He wouldn't be describing that ultimate reality that makes all the house stand together. He would be talking about something less than that in order to say that it's unnecessary.
Well, I mean, I don't see why it's necessary to have a complete picture of the house to be able to know about the room you're in. Why do you think you have to have like an exhaustive worldview to, to have any knowledge? And perhaps your worldview offers no meaning at all. It seems like meaning and so forth is a non sequitur when it comes to knowledge.
So I would actually agree with you. I don't think that I'm espousing that you need exhaustive knowledge of the house. You just need to know the ultimate nature of the thing you're in. So you need to be able to distinguish the house from a frog, for example. You need, in order to know that you're in a house or in a room, you need to know that you're not in the belly of a whale, or that you're not in a vacuum in space, for example, right? Like, I don't think we would describe someone as knowing they're in a room if they couldn't even distinguish that from these other things. But that, as Van Til was apt to use the analogy over and over and over, there's a category problem here, right? Like, in order to know something about a room, you need to know something about space. Well, in order to know something about space, you need to know something about extension and the difference between universals and particulars and how you're an individual. You start to fall back into the question, well, what is ultimate reality? Now, I'm not saying you need an exhaustive view, but yeah, I don't think you could have an idea what a room is unless the way you interpreted a room was consistent with the whole interpretation of the story of reality.
That seems seem to be going too far there though. I mean, my dog can know what a room is without having a complete picture of reality. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes, but I don't think that a dog has the concept of a room. Like, I don't think there's an overlap there between. I mean, if you want to believe that there is, I'm not really going to challenge that. I don't think it's that important. I would just say that if the dog really does have concepts like that, then I don't think the dog would lack some kind of awareness of ultimate reality either. It would have to have it. But I think when you say the dog doesn't even know this is a room. The dog just knows room, right? Like, it just has some kind of immediate apprehension of.
Right. The dog doesn't have the same conception of a room like humans do, but you can say that about any species. I don't think any species thinks quite alike, but I would think perhaps like maybe an ape would have their concept of a room would be closer to ours than perhaps a dog would. How different, it's hard to say. We can't get into their minds, so can't determine that. But again, I don't see the need for some sort of overarching ultimate view of reality is necessary just to be able to have the concept of a room or a car or a computer or any mundane thing to be necessary.
Yeah. So have you ever watched a movie? I know you almost certainly have, but you've watched a movie sometime and somebody was killed and it was really exciting, and then they take their mask off and you find out, ooh, that wasn't really the person I thought it was. It was somebody else. They were dressed up like that person. Right? And so the overall story is the story of, let's just say, for example, clandestine betrayal. Right? There's these secret agents sneaking into a place, and one of them turns out to be two-faced, literally in this instance, and he kills his partner. Yeah, well, if you only saw the movie up to that point, you would never have that story, right? You would be thinking of the story in terms of, oh, here's these two partners that are going to infiltrate this place, Or you may even leave it open as to, I don't even really know if these agents are who they say they are. Right? But the less of the movie that you see, the less clear your idea becomes of it, right?
Right. You simply have less knowledge. Your epistemology is limited.
Right. And the problem is that it's not just clarity about any one fact, right? I mean, imagine a movie where somebody, to be a troll, makes it so that the characters have been in a simulation this whole time. Literally every detail that you've seen up to that point has been false. It's been illusory, right? So the problem is that for any script, any book, any movie that you're reading, the clarity of each individual fact depends on the clarity of the whole. You can't really have, I'm not saying you need exhaustive knowledge, but you need a basic idea of what the whole story is. You need the thesis of the story. Otherwise, you're going to run into contradictions. You'll be thinking that you're looking at a box when really you're looking at an illusion. You'll be thinking you're looking at somebody's partner in espionage when really they're soon-to-be betrayer under a mask. So the whole point of that is just to say, here we have an even more dire situation, because we're not just talking about a local example of knowledge like movies, which could be absent to us. Like, we could know nothing about movies. That would do nothing to harm our epistemology. But now we're talking about, like you said, we're asking the question, how do we know our epistemology works? How do we know anything at all? You're asking about the whole picture that we have in our mind. And the difficulty there is, if you point to any particular in it without some kind of conception what the whole constitutes, then you really don't have a guarantee that the particular you're pointing to isn't just a misrepresentation or a misinterpretation on your part.
Well, your view of the whole could be mistaken as well.
Absolutely.
But there's certain things you're just going to have to take for granted as a faith-based position and just reason from there.
Okay, but Floyd, the difficulty I see with that is that seems to support, that seems to just be an example of subjectivism. That is, using that same reasoning, we could support contradicting propositions. Like, you would reason virtuously, I think, well, we have to take for granted that people are basically rational. When people are irrational, it's an exception to the rule. And I think that's good. I would agree with that as a Christian. But the problem is, somebody could use the same premise and they would just be warranted to say, no, as a matter of faith, we should take for granted that people are basically irrational. And it's an exception to the rule when they're rational.
Well, I think that belief would be based on inductive inference. I don't think that something that I don't necessarily think that is something that we would necessarily start with as like a foundational belief. I think, if you were schizophrenic, for example, and you had delusions about reality, you would think that everyone else is uninformed or different than you.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the problem goes deeper than that, right? Than what I'm saying, right? Because it's not only just, I think it's a problem for the way we're reasoning there, because I think it's an example of subjectivism. But also, you can bring in the fact that there are external affairs that can undermine a lot of your knowledge. Perhaps not all of it, but so as far as saying we need to take things for granted, it's fine if you don't think people's general reliability is like that. But if you say you would use inductive to figure that out, well, do you think that we take for granted an inductive principle that like the universe operates in a fashion that we can use to simulate some kind of predictive concept?
I would think so, yes.
Okay, but the problem is, if you take that for granted, somebody else can just take for granted, no, that's not possible.
well, I would question if he actually is living by that principle. I would say if he, the way he lives his life, if he had a performative contradiction within his view.
Okay, but Floyd, so consider your life. Consider how every day you get up and you see the sun rising, you see gravity still operating. You see that your clothes haven't turned into bunny rabbits randomly. You see all these examples of regularity in the universe. And you seem to me to be acting as if it's a justified belief that there is an inductive principle, not that this is a faith position, because you don't get up every day and act like a gambler. You don't take risks. You just take it for granted. This is just a solid fact of the universe that it operates in a way that accommodates my cognition.
I'm not sure how you distinguish between, you said I act as though it's justified. How do you establish that?
The same way that you would establish performative error for somebody who says, I'm going to take as a faith position that the universe is not regular. Like, well, they get up every day and they take for granted that it is regular. Like, they act as if they know that. But I would say the same thing. You don't act as if you don't go around quibbling about induction. You treat, for example, in your treatment of biblical studies, you treat that topic as something that accumulates knowledge and reliable knowledge, trustworthy knowledge. These are things that we can make decisions about how we live our lives about. Right? Because I think we would agree, like, if Christianity is wrong, it's a total waste of time, and people's lives are better off without it. But if it's true, then it sucks for people to be thrown into hell, and we got to do something to try to persuade people not to be. Right? Don't you think that's... Yeah. So, but it seems to me that I actually agree with your performative error standard. I wish more philosophers would... I mean, there are actually many that do, but there are too many that do not take that up. I think it's a good standard. But it seems to me, Floyd, like, you don't act like induction is a faith position. You don't act like belief that the world is regular is just something we merely take for granted.
Well, if I'm taking it for granted, and I'm not offering a justification for it, then isn't that a faith-based position?
Yeah, but I would say that consistent behavior with that would be to treat as a faith position everything that you base on that faith position.
Consistently, you mean over time?
Yeah, so like, for example, when you read when you read gosh, what's the guy with the glasses, kind of balding, super smart, debated James White,
Bart Ehrman.
Thank you, Bart Ehrman, right? So when you read Bart Ehrman, you're not treating your interpretation of every sentence in his book. You're not treating your perception of his book. And you're not treating your respect for his scholarship, respect I think he's worthy of. You don't treat any of that as a faith position. You think that counts as knowledge. But that seems to me to be a performative error, right? If the inductive principle is something that we just take for granted, there's no justification for that, then it can't pass down justification to any beliefs that are based on it either.
Well, wouldn't they also then at the same time be committed to offering some non-epistemic justification? Like, they would be equally justified on that view to say, look, I believe in it for a reason that's non-epistemic, some sort of like pragmatic reason or whatever the case is. You would agree with that?
Yeah, I would say they can do that, but I think that I would give the same response to that James Anderson gives, which is, yeah, but that's just to not do epistemology. That's just to replace epistemic questions with practical questions. But we're not asking practical questions.
Right, that's sure. Like, but what we say here is that, like, the view is justified epistemically, right? And so like most of the people here take arguments or evidence to be justifiers in virtue of their increasing the probability of the proposition being true. Sure, there's some assumptions like built behind that, but what assumptions are your worldview taking? Like, so if I were to if you were to ask me like, so what does it mean to say that justification increases the probability of the proposition being true? I would be able to outline for you some of those assumptions or whatever, and I would be willing to own up to those assumptions. Like, what sort of assumptions is your worldview making that you would be willing to own up to, such that it could account for the kind of epistemology that you're proffering?
Well, you word that in a way, Michael, that makes me look like a rich, fat bastard capitalist answering you. But I don't think that it does. Not at least not in the same way, right? The epistemology that I'm proffering is not saying we take for granted people's general rationality, or we take for granted the inductive principle. It might say that in speaking about everyday psychology, right? In the sense that we don't stop to think about these things every second, and in the sense that some people haven't stopped to think about them at all, and in the sense that for the sake of conversation, there's a million propositions that we don't question, because otherwise we would never have a sentence come out of our mouths that got us anywhere. So in that sense, I do think, like, in all those senses, we take things for granted. But I have to say, I think the difference between my epistemology and Floyd, and this is a belief I've had ever since I came to know him, and he proposed his epistemological tenets to me, and we've discussed them a couple times before. I think he's a soft foundationalist, and I think the problem for that kind of foundationalism, in terms of the Manchausen trilemma, is that you just end up being a subjectivist. You just say, I believe this because I want to believe this.
But can I ask you, does your worldview fall prey to the Munchausen trilemma? And if not, how not?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So, in the first place, I would say I agree with the Van Tillians who believe that this kind of epistemology is a lot closer to coherentism than foundationalism. I don't think it's a foundationalist epistemology at all, because in the first place, it's not dividing beliefs up into basic and properly basic. Justification in itself on this system is very contextualistic. I mean, you can have a reliabilist justification in one instance, or you can decide to use warrant in another. You can have some kind of pragmatic. It really depends on the context, but insofar as we're talking about the worldview itself, the epistemology itself, I think that it has a religious answer to the Manchausen chart. You might characterize it that way, right? So there are religious answers to, where does knowledge come from? Where does justification really come from? And someone might say, well, Allah told me that this, that, or the other is true. Somebody might come along and say, well, Heavenly Father told me this, that, and the other. Right? They have these revelational epistemologies, and I think that's the kind of family that Christianity finds itself in. Ironically, but unironically, these are the best of these other world religions that use this epistemology borrow from Christianity in a historical sense, besides being intellectual borrowing. So,
I'm not sure I agree with you on that one historically.
Yeah, so when you say something like the kind of epistemology that you would espouse is like more akin to something like coherentism, that is to say that you leave open the idea that beliefs justify other beliefs in a circular way, right?
I think it's just to say that a belief is justified in terms of the system that it's a part of, and not necessarily in terms of maybe not even in terms of belief, right? But it has more to do with its relationship to other beliefs or the system of beliefs, or I think better put, like it finds itself as a cohesive part of an overall concept of the world.
Sure, but what I was asking you specifically was how it avoids the Munchausen trilemma, right? Is there a fourth option on your worldview? You think it
are
bottoms out in something that isn't question begging itself?
you appealing to coherentism or foundherentism, or this seems like you're just you find both, or both useful, or you don't have like you're not dogmatic on any. You think it's kind of versatile or dynamic?
Well, no, I would just say as far as classifying it, you could come at it 10 different ways. I think it's fundamentally a religious epistemology, and that's distinct from the main three categories, in that you're not getting justification from an inferential pattern at all. Like, it's not coming from the way you think. It's coming from a being outside of you who's saying something, or giving an oracle, or doing some kind of miracle that changes. It could be any number of things, but the basic picture there, I think, is different. I think it's more akin to coherentism in that foundationalism divides beliefs into basic and non-basic, and this view is treating beliefs as epistemically virtuous so long as they're fitting in this system, if I could put it that way.
Sure, but you also agree that like your worldview, your epistemic worldview, relies on a transcendental argument, which is also inherently circular. You would agree with that?
I mean, it seems like you're just appealing to your metaphysics at this point.
Well, can we come back on? Can we? I just want to get an answer on that. You agree that like if you were to provide argumentation for your worldview, it would rely on something TA, which is inherently circular?
That's correct, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure. And then so the other thing is to say, like, is there any good reason to believe, well, like the objection that I would raise would be like, is there any good reason to believe that this thing that you want to appeal to couldn't also be grounded in something else without appealing to an ontological argument?
Ontological meaning like a critique of ontology, or like a transcendental ontological
Sure,
analysis?
without appealing to the circular argument in the transcendental argument, like without just like defining it to be the case, right? It just is because it is analytically the case. Like, is there any other reason? Like, is there like a synthetic identity that you could appeal to that we could discuss?
Well, so I wouldn't put it that way, but yeah, I think so. I think first of all, I think transcendental argumentation is a way of arguing, not a specific argument. But yeah, I think what I'm doing now with Floyd is an example of it, right? I'm pointing out the fact that there is some kind of, not in the foundational sense, but there is some kind of foundation for knowledge, and it has to connect rather than cause to conflict our epistemology and our metaphysics. And I think that insofar as we use the Christian God as a standard of analysis, like we can say, okay, the Christian God has immutability. This system does not have immutability. It has no immutable being. Well, what follows from that? We can see that errors pop up because of the lack of a Yahweh in the world of these. And I think that kind of argumentation demonstrates the Christian system.
Right. So when we ask you, like why is it a problem for a lack of Yahweh or a lack of properties that Yahweh has? You appeal to what? To demonstrate or to show us that Yahweh has these properties that are problematic if absent.
Sure. So I would say that what ends up happening as a result is that the alternative to the Christian worldview here has certain values which become unpreserved. They become unretainable. So, for example, in Floyd's case, there's no reason that's provided by his metaphysic why we should think that the universe is orderly in such a fashion that we can predict what's going to happen tomorrow.
I'm sorry. I must have not made myself clear. So, like, if we were to ask you, like, in virtue of what would it be not realizable in virtue of some absence of property that you're attributing to Yahweh? That's what I'm asking. Like, it seems like we might be able to appeal to something else.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Yahweh did not have to make a orderly universe. He chose to do so, but just because he's immutable doesn't necessarily mean his creation is orderly. But he willed his creation to be orderly.
All right, so there seem to be two objections there. I don't want to miss either of them. Michael's not necessarily making an objection, but asking a question. But I don't want to miss either of your comments. So, Michael, so I'm not sure. It seems to me like I'm answering your question by way of example, but it seems like you're going for a principle response. Like what in principle causes these things to come about? And I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer that question more clearly. Like, it seems that the way that this works or rather, let me go back actually and answer you more directly. When you say it seems that we could posit something other than Yahweh, well, but the possibility of that, right? The seeming that could be the case is something you need an epistemology for, right? Behind postulating different metaphysics is an epistemology, and behind the epistemology is a metaphysic. So, it may seem to you, relative to you or somebody else, it may seem, okay, why is Yahweh so necessary? But what that really means is, here's what's not being said is, here's my worldview by which I judge what is necessary and what is not. Here's my criteria for thinking Yahweh is not, and we seem to be in a position to imagine counterexamples. And so the problem is that is the very worldview that is in question here. So that needs to be put into the analysis. Like, insofar as that worldview can stand up to analysis, then yeah, it seems like, okay, you've proven my argument doesn't work.
sure, but then we would be going on to something like conceptual. Like I can, like we would then just, you and I would start to talk about like what it means for God to be an agent, which I don't think is possible. We talk about the logical problem of evil, etc. I've been told by like Jay DeMore that this is, that these kinds of argumentations or transcendental argumentations are used in order to move the non-believer from talking about like what it means to believe in God or what is necessary for belief in God to an evidential viewpoint. But is that your view also? Because it seems like without doing so, we would just be running in circles because you would be making different presuppositions than my own.
I'm not sure I understand that last bit. So you're saying you've been told that the kind of criticisms, which you're right, we've already discussed this to some degree,
sure,
are transcendental. I actually think that that's true. I think that they're, or I wouldn't say that they're inherently transcendental. I say that what makes those things transcendental is you're putting forth a system or a worldview, whatever you want to call it, and you use these as arguments for rejecting the alternative, and showing, meanwhile, by the very principles you're employing, oh, look, here's a very believable epistemology.
Well, I don't think that's so, because I don't think it's like when you say the alternative, it makes it sound dichotomous, and like I want to avoid that, right? Because I don't think that there's like some like impossibility of the contrary, right? I think there's other options that could be explored. I'm wondering what's the argument for the impossibility of the contrary?
Right. So I'm so glad you put it that way. So how I'm responding to that is to say that that way of looking at it, or the claim that there are these other options, is actually itself just a world. It's just a type of open-ended pluralism. You're just saying the universe is open to different interpretations. Well,
but no, what I'm saying is there an argument for it? I want to be very specific in what I'm inquiring here. Is there an argument for the impossibility of the contrary?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So either
And
you
this
would,
argument's not going to beg the question, right?
yeah, no, you don't have to be a Christian to believe that the situation is dichotomous between Christianity and autonomy.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that there's more views than one or two rather. And what I'm wondering is that like the argumentation that you're going to provide doesn't beg the question for the impossibility of the contrary, right?
So you're saying that all Christian alternatives are false.
No. Nope. No, I'm saying they could be true.
No, I'm sorry. You're asking for a non-question begging argument that all alternatives to Christianity are false.
Correct.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. So but I don't think that's how. I don't think that's how the transcendental argumentation works. And the issue there, the reason why, is because arguments are person relative. Like you have your own worldview. So does somebody else. So when you say what is the argument against non-Christianity, the problem is what you believe constitutes argumentation is not agreed upon. Like there are 100 different views about how to argue. There's 100 different views about what alternatives there are, and how to analyze them, so on and so forth. So it really just is. The problem is that your view of how to analyze the situation between us is being imposed, but it doesn't seem self-conscious. Like you need to be aware. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about belief acquisition in particular. I'm talking about like, do you agree to some sort of like universal epistemic norm?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I don't think that you can say on that view, like some sort of universal epistemic norm, that we could have like different views of what it means to be rational, right? And so what I'm asking you is like, what is your view of what it means to be rational? And what is the argument for that? That's not question begging.
I don't think that we can. I don't think that we can argue directly like that for a view of rationality. I think the way to argue for a view of rationality is just to say that if you deny a certain position, it becomes impossible to reach. Like no view becomes the alternative. So for example, suppose I think rationality includes necessarily intent to believe only true propositions. Intent to avoid any false proposition. Is that a fair view of rationality?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You cut out like halfway through your sentence.
My internet did that a couple times when you were talking. So I think it's me, not you. What I was saying is, while I agree that there's a universal epistemic norm, I don't think there's universal agreement on it. And I think that's kind of one of the entire problems of philosophy, which Van Inwagen has pointed out. It's pretty much an anarchistic market of ideas.
Yeah, that's a similar view that Plantinga has. He makes a distinction between like attitudinal voluntarism and doxastic voluntarism. But I'm wondering what kind of soteriology. Well, you're a Calvinist, so it might be begging the question here when I ask what kind of soteriology holds people responsible for beliefs they don't control. This is a brief tangent, but I do want to get back onto what we were before. But if you could address that, that would be clarifying for at least me.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm trying to understand I'm trying to answer the question that you're asking, and not just misunderstand you. But it sounds like you're asking what's the ground for God's judgment of beliefs about which we don't have any control over. Like we can't stop ourselves from believing them. We don't have them in virtue of beliefs. Is that the question? Is that a good way of rephrasing it?
Yeah, that's like I said, tangential to the point that we're going to get back to in a moment. But
okay.
Yeah, I'm interested in knowing your view on that.
Yeah. So I think the way I answered it before was just that strictly speaking, I don't think that's how God holds us accountable. Like, I think what God is holding unbelievers accountable for is the second order belief, and the psychology of self deception there. So it's not that you're held accountable just because you know God. What you're being held accountable for is that even though you know God, you have decided to worship idols instead. Like you decided to replace, the biblical analogy is marriage, right? You have a spouse to serve as your spouse, but you've chosen to commit adultery with somebody else. I don't know if that answers your question. I'm trying to do my best to understand it.
No, you're fine. I think also this is kind of tangential to what Floyd was getting at. I was trying to like caveat off the point that he was making. Floyd and I agreed on a question about whether or not you had a non-question begging argument for how to reason. I think that's what Floyd will come back to me on this and verify that was the case. But that's what I thought we were prompting you for before we went on that tangent.
That's right.
If he would like to continue.
Kind of get off, so I'm having a hard time to remember where I left off.
I think.
I think that the Munchausen trilemma, I think we still need to kind of explore that. I think you kind of, from what I remember, you just appealed to your ontology at that point. Was that correct? And you brought up coherentism, but eventually it's going to be circular. I just don't see any way around.
Well, so I think there's a distinction that needs to be made. The caveat about a question-begging argument keeps coming up, but I don't think it's really that relevant because, in its most broad format, a transcendental formulation is not a question-begging argument. It's epistemically circular. So the difference there needs to be made between something that's logically circular, that is something that repeats a premise as a conclusion, versus a premise, the justification of which either is the conclusion, but non-inferentially, or which is in some other way contingent on the conclusion, and again, non-inferentially.
If you assert it's non-inferential, then it just seems like it's unjustified at that point.
Because justification is inherently inferential?
No, at an epistemic level.
I don't think that's. I think the problem with that is that it refutes itself. And if justification, let's just talk about. Let's say every time we're talking about epistemology, we have to our beliefs have to be justified inferentially. Okay, but then that means that criterion itself is either justified inferentially or it's not. Well, if it's justified inferentially, then one of the premises will be the criterion, and it'll be question begging. And so we will be non-inferential, or rather, we will be inferencing the criterion invalidly. So that's not good. The other option is the criteria could just be known without inference. But then that just proves that not all things about epistemology are known by inference.
Yeah, I think at some point you're just going to hit your epistemic limit. It's going to be, an axiom or or you're just going to have an infinite regress. Yeah, you still have the Munchausen trilemma at hand here.
Yeah. Yeah, I love you, Floyd, but it just seems like we seem to be where we left off, and that is I don't think foundationalism of this type avoids subjectivism. At the end of the day, to say that your justification terminates in a proposition for which you don't have justification is just to say you believe that proposition for some other reason. Not a justifying reason, but you believe it, with some other motivating reason. And whatever that is, it'll be indifferent to you.
But it seems like you still think you could be rational without the assumption that God exists, right? Like you could still be a rational agent. You could still successfully navigate all the kinds of nuance and epistemic positions that we've been juggling here, and it's not needed. And because there could be some other explanation for it. Seems like you would also equally be on the same grounds that we are in accepting your position that it is necessary to have a belief in God to be able to reason, that we could offer some sort of alternative.
Yeah, I think with that, Jimmy, I have to get going, but I guess we're just gonna have to stay in our ivory towers for now until next time. So.
I do love talking to you, Floyd. Though you and both Michael are really you've always been nice to me. I appreciate you guys. So thanks for the conversation.
All right. Good night.
Yeah, take care.
Night, friend.
Yeah. So I'll respond and then let you have the last word, Michael. But I probably should be off too. I've been on here for. I always say I'm going to come on here for an hour, and then it's like 4. So shows you what discipline I have. I was going to say that I think I would just say that I do think unbelievers assume God exists, right? Like if belief in God is necessary for rationality, they do assume it. It's just that they suppress, in terms of psychology, there's a self-deception going on there, so that where a Christian can point out at any point in his reasoning the relationship between whatever object he has in mind and God, for the unbeliever's noetic structure, he can't point that out. It's not available to him to say, this is how God is helping me do this.
You calling me a liar, Jimmy?
Not me, bro. It's like I love you, but it's God, man. So you got to.
All right. I think we're at crossroads here.
Yeah. No, but I really appreciate your demeanor and the conversations we had. Thank you.
Yeah, as always, man. Take care. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, God bless you.
Gag. Yeah, now get the fuck out of here then.
You too, mate.